get all that stuff going. So we're going to pick up where we left off in RimWorld with the Frozen Few. For those who missed near the conclusion of yesterday's stream, you're going to notice a slight difference in our circumstances. A wee bit tiny, itty-bitty, minor, slight change in our circumstances. There's definitely nothing to sweat about at all. We are on the brink. We suffered a mass casualty event. It was real bad. And it was 100% my fault. The long and short of it is, we had a pretty sizable Manhunter pack showed up. And that wasn't the big problem. So I was like, okay, I'm not in a great position to fight, but I had like a ruin with a long hallway and a cross T, and I was like, you know what? We can fight there. That'll be a good spot. But pretend the T was up here, and we got our Manhunter pack coming. And I come to the realization one of my pawns have been down hunting and is running up this way and is absolutely not going to make it. So I was like, okay, we save that person. And I started bringing everyone out and just putting in my entire force incredibly out of position, getting way too close before we opened fire. You get the idea. That in the panic of trying to save the one pawn, which normally I've done really good about when we have that kind of stuff. You know, you go, that pawn, like, good luck to them, hopefully they get downed. For whatever reason, it was just kind of brain off, we're saving them, which is the wrong call, and we got completely overrun by the Manhunter pack. Because it was like 19 Timberwolves or something else. Basically, it was a brain off skill issue. Just brain shut down. Mandibles survived just fine because they hit on the ship, because they're a pacifist. And then Nexio was a creepy joiner who had death refusal. So once everything settled down, we popped him back up. And then Hamsfree is someone we just rescued. Hamsfree is going to have a very rough time here between being a depressive chemical fascination pawn. We're just going to see what we can do about that. You are all on set. Then, in our panic to, like, get out of there, I landed a tile being like, cool, let's do the rescue on Hamsfree. We did the rescue, not realizing we landed on a 100% pollution tile. So, to my surprise, the ship was full of pollution, so we had to start yanking the pollution up as everyone was actively dying, because the whole map was pollution. Yeah, so keep in mind, RimWorld does try to give you free pawns pretty aggressively once your population gets low. But we are going to be... The big thing we're going to have as our difficulty is just the fact that we went from a bunch of pawns that had relatively decent skills to not that thing I just described. We've got one pawn that's got decent skills, and then we got a bunch of pawns that don't. Okay, so Mandible's back up. Yeah, because you went berserk. I've made these fields too big. And we landed here because realistically I'm pretty limited on labor right now. And this is a chem fuel place, so the idea is I can get chem fuel here without necessarily needing to put myself under too much risk. Oh right, I can't grow that anymore. Our growing person died. Yeah, at least we can grow that. And that's fine. Alright, and we can't build the geothermal, I forgot that as well. Because we don't have a high enough construction now. Ha! Almost everybody died. We had a real bad tragedy at the end of yesterday's stream. Alright, Alright, so Hamstree's going to be able to mine and assist with cleaning and hauling. They're probably going to be mostly hauling, if we're being honest here. Should not be going for the Jade. Yeah, no, we had a Manhunter pack that I really badly misplayed, and we got punished hard for it. Fresh start. Fresh start with a really impressive... Well, I mean, not really impressive. With a decent ship. I guess we don't care about the chem fuel in there yet. That's not really a priority. Because it's still got 1,400 in there. Not fresh start, it's new game plus plus. Basically. Yeah, and we're repairing everything because we had a, where it lands hard and does damage to the ship. Thanks, Empire, for tripping that trap so I don't have to worry about it. You have your shield belt, right? You don't. You're going to need to be set to melee. That's all fine. Yeah, we did recover almost all of our stuff. Like, that's a thing. Okay, we got some free meals there. Okay, so we got a trap down there and a trap up here. Hey! Don't shoot me. I'm declaring I have a -10 reputation with the Empire. That's a dangerous combo in there. We've got the mine and some massive explosives. There's actually 2 mines in here. Drinking honey lemon water drink? Using lemons from your tree? Get the sickness ramp in the house. That's no fun. We're just waiting for that shield belt to recharge. Then gonna run over here and aggro the next one. And this time, remember to close the door behind me. Alright, so walk over here. Because what I'm doing right now is I'm taking advantage of the Empire being here and using them to deal with our hunter traps. So I'll close the door, giving me all the time I need. Hey Empire, I brought you a friend. Excellent. Excellent. There's a lot of hunter traps in here. Now Now if we do get caught, it'll just stun me for a second. Cool. So we've got all the mines out of the main room with chem fuel. Are you going to kill your own person, boar? Alright, orders, allow. So we got 2 more rooms to check. That's a dangerous room. Not from this side, we're not triggering that trap. Okay. I'm bringing more friends. Okay, so that takes care of that room. Alright. I'll say to name left, you don't get to work up early. Yep, 11 or 12. Alright, so this is the last trap we know of. We got the storage here. They're going to leave any time now. I'm kind of hoping the fact that I keep hurting them is keeping them here longer. Alright, so that'll be the whole base cleared. Major break risk on Mandible. And Mandible's going to be unmanageable because of all this. They were the only one who still has the memory of everybody dying. So they're pretty upset. The good news is we got about 2 days till the last of those drop off. Or sorry, till most of those drop off. The one with the spouse dying and all that is going to stick for a while, unfortunately. Alright. Alright, so we've gone as long as we can with you. You gotta probably eat and sleep and all that kind of stuff. But we did manage to get this whole building cleared, which is pretty good. We'll want to disassemble those. Those are going to be components and all sorts of good stuff. Man, there are so many explosives in here. You can open all those canisters. That's all just chem fuel there. There is a scrap metal box. And we are good people, so I am going to rescue you for your noble sacrifice that you definitely opted into and was not forced upon you against your will. How's the run going? We had a pretty rough go of it last night. It's in a pretty bad place right now, but we're gonna see if we can't bounce back. You hope it's going horrible, but fun. Yeah, no, it's definitely like it was a whole thing. Yeah, so you're gonna be depressive, plus the chemical thing is gonna be a problem until we can get some Psy tea brewing. I'm gonna need way more psychoid than that. Okay, you're up and good to go. You also have a shield belt, so we're gonna have you poke this last one. Okay, so basically just fuel here. That's not unexpected. But we've checked out the ruins and all, it's all good. Alright, so checking our stuff. So we have you set to grow and all that stuff. Let's have you growing things. I don't have any immediate needs for construction. You craft and research. You won't haul things or whatever because of your role. That is what it is. Oh, right, and you can't research because we have no power. Alright, so you're turned off. You two are turned off. What's it say the power consumption is? You are self-discharging 5 power. What is consuming power in here? Turn off all the lights, I guess? Because a couple of lights on, there's something here that's consuming a decent amount of electricity. Oh, we have the stove up. Oh, I see. Actually, that's fine. Disregard that. We have the stove online. There's just not enough spare power to light up all the lights, because the stove alone is 350 watts. That's fine. Let's keep the stove on. That's the one that matters. Strange signal. We'll accept that. Yeah, because you are 250, so I can have... toggle you on and you off for a minute. Because until we have some more stuff to cook... can't do anything with it. I will allow research of the monoliths or something for you to do. There's a harbinger tree, so have fun. Go to the zone here. No animal corpses. There you go. Alright, we're just going to open up the fields one by one, because otherwise Nexio's never going to plant anything. It's just going to be a cycle of cutting down trees. Oh, I also didn't do the other thing I need to be doing, which is stockpile of low priority, and dumping stockpile of low priority that we do not allow human corpses on. Alright. So we did rescue Boar. Which is just, they'll leave, we'll probably get some Empire rep for it or whatever. That's fine. But yeah, so I want them to plant the first field, and then we'll unlock the second field and work our way around. I don't anticipate we will be able to do all these, but that's what we're going to deal with. I don't see a reality where we keep this person happy, because they are going to want their drugs so badly, and I do not have any left. We have used the drugs aggressively to try and keep Mandible from losing their mind until our supply ran out. Unless... that's alpaca wool. Okay. They said you can't make alpaca wool smokable. Just burns the eyes. Burnt fur. This burnt fur, burnt hair smell. Okay, do not build a roof over this. Masterwork alpaca wool face mask. Okay. We have a group of shamblers, and which is this? Is this just a approach? So I've got 1 sword and 1 assault rifle. I am not gonna get much done in any type of meaningful fight. There's also an ancient danger up there. Which, it's like a 1 in 3 chance I pop that open, and it's going to be stuff that'll team up with them versus fight them, so it's not worth taking those odds. Let's have everyone pop in the ship for a second so we can evaluate where these shamblers are going. We got this room onto the safe zone. And the home zone. The shamblers have a vague direction they're going, whether vaguely going up or down or left, probably left. If they separate out, we can probably pick off a couple, but they do tend to stay mostly together. The Shamblers, if I'm not mistaken, we look at a Shambler here, 3.22 movement speed, and we look at our pawns here, and go there. Well, actually, we have 4 on you. You are actually faster. We technically could kite them, but I think realistically, that many Shamblers, 13 Shamblers, trying to pick them off one by one, would probably be facing mood breaks before we manage to take them all down. I really, really need these to drop off. Yeah, it can be done. It's just a matter of, with the amount of firepower I have, realistically, we're going to fall behind. And then the other issue you're going to run into is when I go to stop to shoot, they'll keep closing in, and the target I hit, I'll slow down, but the others will just overtake them. But it can actually take a decent amount of firepower to take down a Shambler, all depending on how the hits go. So, my expectation is it will probably go badly if we try and kite them. Like, if it's a smaller number, sure. Like, if it was like 3 or 4 or 5 Shamblers, I'd feel a lot better about kiting them. Plus, I can do stuff like cut through the ruins to have the doors close behind me to buy me time to get more range. But, this many, we're probably better off just laying low for a minute. We've got 85 meals. It's fine. 85 meals between 3 people is a lot of food. Considering they usually eat, like, what, 2 to 3 meals a day? We're talking 2 whole seasons worth of food just sitting there. Yeah, so it looks like they're cutting up here. So we should just have to wait a little while for them to pass and we can jump right back onto it. We'll choose the danger zone. We'll put all of this in the danger zone. Or, don't you dare go up there and aggro them. Everything's chill. Or go south or west. No, don't. Okay, keep going east. East is fine. Keep going east. No more north and you're okay. Alright, we're in the clear with Boar. It looks like they're vaguely going in this direction somewhere. We just gotta wait till they get, like, over here. Like, over in wherever in this area they end up. Then we can just cut our people out and just let them do their thing. Immense monument. While I would love the glitter world, I don't have what you need. Yeah, if I was trying to have them work, these would get closer. And these do only live for so long, so in 2 days they'll die regardless. Alright, this is some good news. We did just have almost all of the major debuffs dropped off of Mandible, with the only exception of their spouse dying. Which does make it to an amount that we can actually manage. Because with literally every colonist being their friend dying, it was like an extra minus over 100. I'm like, yeah, there's not a reality where this person isn't chain breaking up without mind numb juiced on them, which I don't have, so that wasn't gonna happen. Alright. They're going farther south than I was expecting. Like I said, we just gotta wait till they get past enough. And then we'll let our people out to start getting back to planting. Because we're gonna try and hang out here for a little while. With the intent of stabilizing our food, restocking our medicine, getting enough fabric and all that to replace our clothes, because we're getting lots of tattered apparel penalties. Well, not a lot, we're getting some tattered apparel penalties and all that. And basically just trying to bide our time. We're in the situation where I can't just willy-nilly jump from place to place to place, because if I jump somewhere and we get hit by a raid that's too much for two people to take fighting, which is almost all raids are going to run into with the amount of wealth this ship represents, we need to be in a position where it could hit the ship out, like to be, you know, outie stage left, if it comes down to it. Yeah, because for example, if that had been Shambler Assault instead of Shambler Approach, that very well could have just ended the colony, because I'd only now be able to get out of here. Alright, so we can go to assignments, schedule, danger zone, you can get out of the ship. So I'll stick around in this area, and then we can work on the next thing. Friendlies have shown up to help me. You're doing something you really shouldn't, Empire. I appreciate the enthusiasm and the gusto. I mean, you actually do have a good mix, except for your range is leading. Perfect to be overwhelmed. But I mean, rolling in with a mono sword against Shamblers is not a bad decision. Because you'll probably kill one like every other hit. Your steel sword will probably kill one every third or fourth hit. But I do think the Shamblers will overwhelm you. That's RimWorld. Yeah, so you're as good as dead. You're going to die as well. Are you just leaving? Or did both your arms get broken? Oh yeah, so both his arms got so injured he can't fight anymore. So he's just noping out stage left. Oh, maybe not. You're just retreating. No, I won't take a rep hit for this. Distant Shriek. Okay. That's the third time we're doing the multi-waves of Sight Stealers. So everyone back on the ship. We can launch again anytime we like. Honestly, those weapons and all that aren't worth taking. And yours didn't survive. Yeah, this is still the glacial attempt. We took some really bad casualties yesterday. Okay, they are here. And I am planning to fight this. I can't keep jumping every single time a threat shows up. We will just slowly burn down our resources. And I'm already getting to the point where I've got not super long. So we are going to just open the door and let him in. I mean, to be clear, if my only goal was to win at any costs, we would abandon the ship. We would just walk off onto a new tile, have our 2 or 3 people, no wealth, that kind of thing. Maybe take a couple of high-value things. Would you... Okay, we might be in the clear now. All right. Not super confident we're in the clear. Yeah, I mean, I could drag stuff out here and do that, and that would definitely reduce the wealth. The thing is, the ship itself represents a lot of wealth. If we look at our diagram here, for example, so here's my item wealth up here. Here's my building wealth. So outside of destroying the ship, I've got about 41,000 wealth I've got locked in. Whereas the pawns only represent a couple thousand wealth. And the items do represent a good, you know, tens of thousands of wealth. It'd be mostly probably these weapons. The gold and the jade would be a huge contributor. The components over here would be a big contributor. The stone and all that, probably not much. The clothing, probably not much. It's gonna be mostly... Yeah, I don't... Like, I mean, it would reduce the wealth, which would reduce the threats a little. I just don't think it'd be enough to be that particularly relevant compared to the ship itself cost. So you have to use a mod to show me your wealth on screen, otherwise you get so bad about getting out of hand and getting unmanageable raids. The colony seems smaller. Yeah, we had a really bad manhunter pack last night. And it was like, to be clear, it was my fight to lose, and I misplayed it. Basically, the too long didn't read version of it is, pretend I had my force in a defensive position up here that was decent, but not great. We had the manhunter pack here, and I had one colonist I came to realize had been hunting and didn't get back into position in time. And so I was running to try and support that pawn when I should have just cut my losses. And so instead of being in a good position to fight the manhunter pack, I ended up like really out of position. And we just got overrun very easily because instead of using choke points and all that, we just kind of ran up to a manhunter pack and then tried to fight it at close range, which I know better. Most of the time I'm actually pretty good about being like, hey, you got to get here on your own. Good luck. I've done that. You've probably seen them many times. You have someone come in from the side of the map and I'm like, oh, good luck to you. Like, start running. You know, I'll try and path them in a way to hopefully get them as much distance as possible before they get caught. But for whatever reason, in that particular case, you know, I just didn't do that. And I would like you to leave the map. Alright, so the last of them are collapsing soon. Disease infection. We're gonna jump it up to... We'll start with the industrial medicine. Honestly, with as good as Mandible is with their 10s, I feel pretty confident that they'll just knock it out like 70% plus every single time. Cabin fever, because you can't get outside. That'll sort itself out here in a minute. So 13 hours, 4 hours, 15 hours. Honestly, by the time they get up, there'll only be 2 left. And you're not going to be ready to rock and roll for that for a while anyways. It'll be just a matter of you. And most likely, Mandible's going to go down to research that, which is far enough away that I don't have to think about it. That'll hopefully get ourselves more crops planted. Because our food's good for right now, but it's not going to stay that way. Which is why I didn't want to retreat off the tile. Because another thing that RimWorld does that'll actually work in my favor is after you've suffered really heavy losses, or heavy losses in general, RimWorld will actually, the storyteller will back off for a little while, and it's not completely, you don't just get like freebie or whatever, but usually will make the next couple events that hit you not as substantial. Now, the thing is, they usually don't give you enough time to, like, fully recoup or anything like that when you've taken a heavy loss. But at least gives you a little time to maybe get your feet underneath you again. Yeah, Meliel is good. I missed something. Major break risk on you. Because you observed rotting corpses. So you're probably going to have another mood break, because that's probably not going to drop off before you have that mood break. But hopefully your cabin fever and all that drops off to at least help a little bit. I'm not... Yeah. I'm not sure it's meant to be a play on age. Like the, stream streak. Either way. But congrats on the 10 stream streak, I do appreciate it. Psychic Soothe. Poor Mandible. Being the only one left out of the Psychic Soothe and the one who needs it the most. Alright, so allow them to start working on the potato field as well. But yeah, so you got a lot of skills missing. Right. Now, granted, to be clear, I don't know if there's actually, like, an auto-ban thing. I think someone does have to report you. But, if I were to say someone else is underage, they're not going to action it, because then that'd be able to be weaponized where you just don't like someone, so you start saying they're underage or whatever. But if I were to point at myself and say underaged, then yeah, if someone reports it, then Twitch will pull you off the platform, because in a lot of places you wouldn't be legally allowed to be on the platform, because we have lots of laws coming out, most of which are pretty dystopian, around like what ages people are allowed to access certain things. So it's not even under 18. It's under 18 without parental permission. I think the youngest you're allowed to be on here is 13. Is either 13 or 15. I honestly don't care which way. Right, exactly. It's mostly you know, like a person self-reporting and then someone reporting them, like, to support is usually the thing. That said, broadly speaking, usually it's recommended you just do not discuss your age on Twitch or the internet at all. Like, generally, it's no one's business what your age is. Because, like, I don't have a strict no minors policy for the channel, but, like, if someone pops on and, you know, tells me they're a minor, you will get banned. It's not because I got a problem with minors or whatever, but that demonstrates a lack of basic internet safety that I do not want to be the source where you get in trouble. Like, where something happens to you because you're stating you're underage and someone else sees it and does something. Twitch also has a bot that will auto-nab you if you say the wrong phrases when it comes to it. I haven't heard that one, Snuffalo. If it's something other people are saying, that tends to be hearsay. Most likely someone reported them. And then, you know, Twitch jumped on it. Yeah, it's not worth the headache, basically. Yep, exactly. Yeah, because auto mod doesn't do anything like that. All auto mod does is it will mute a thing and be like, hey, you know, this person said something, sex-based term, allow, deny. There is some stuff that goes on, like when a bot shotguns out messages across many channels, that they have a thing that automatically jumps on that. But that's not normal things. That's like where, you know, over a bunch of channels the same message all goes out at the same time. That even if it wasn't a bot, like it's an organized thing, it's still super sus. Yeah, minor as in not an adult. That bot has got people, which caused the creation of the emote. But you really need to be spamming that, saying it multiple times. If you're being stupid, someone did too much. Yeah, no, AutoMod will flag the messages using machine learning. That's absolutely a thing. But there's a difference between flagging a message like AutoMod, which, like I said, the way AutoMod works is it basically holds the message and it gives either moderators or myself the chance to be like, hey, I want that, or hey, I don't. Let's see, in a friend's stream, where it was you and him, his channel was unlisted, you made a joke about something you should not have and got a 24-hour ban and a link to a hotline. Oh, if it was like, suicide prevention, those kind of things. Still, that would be new information to me, because like I've said, usually with stuff like that, they're automated moderation tools. They tend to target bots and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's auto mod kind of things where like we get the chance to deal with that. Yeah, you have laws in place that no one under a certain age allowed on social media here in Australia. I think the UK is doing it now as well. Yeah, and the US is trying to do it, and a whole bunch of groups are trying to do it, unfortunately. But yeah, so like, it's not even be a mad at Twitch thing. It's Twitch has to cover their butt, because otherwise, you know, they get lawyered into the dirt. That was like, oh, what was the one going around for a while? Oh, yeah. It was, there was a big snafu because Twitch implemented a thing where in certain areas, someone could buy a subscription to a channel, and I can't remember if it had something like 16 days or whatever, and then they could ask for a refund, and Twitch was required to give it without any questions asked. And for like 30 seconds, there was like a whole bunch of people being like, how dare Twitch? You know how this is going to hurt people? This is going to hurt creators so much. And they're like, they're literally following the law in that location. It's required by law that they provide that refund. Like, Twitch doesn't get a choice in this. Twitch tried to do it before these laws too. Can I get a source? Because that would again be news to me. And it'd be a thing that wouldn't make sense for Twitch as a business to offer. Like, you have people who get refunds on Twitch, from subs. You can report that you accidentally subbed to someone and you might get a refund. That one you usually won't. Not unless you like threaten or whatever. But usually the most of the time when you get subs refunded on Twitch, it's someone does the gifty sub, they'll gift like 50 subs, and then they'll go to their credit card and refute the charge and get it reversed. And that's the one that gets a lot of creators. You'll have people, you know, do stolen credit card or buyer remorse or whatever, and they'll, you know, they'll get some ridiculous number of subs, get the hype, and then they'll turn around and contest it on their credit card. Does that still happen? Yeah. Yep, no, that happens. You can actually have a negative balance for the month on how much you've earned if someone does like a big gifty sub bomb. You mean the underage thing though? Not the sub thing? Oh yeah, well I mean Twitch always had had rules that you had to be a certain age to be on the platform. Like that's, I mean not always, but they've had them long enough. Yeah, that exists before. I thought you were talking about the refund. Yeah, no, absolutely. But there's a lot of websites that have that because the moment you involve like children, everything gets a little bit more sensitive, even if there's not strictly a law around it. You know, when something happens, you know, people escalate it to 1,000 or whatever. Yeah, to be fair, the credit cards allowing you to refund things, like to contest the charge, that is arguably a consumer protection thing, as opposed to the other crap that they do, where they try to kind of, police what people spend money on. Because before that, like, you'll have someone manages to get your credit card information and charge something, and that money's gone. But we put laws in place that said, hey, if you didn't actually authorize the charge yourself, that's a failure on the credit card. Like, they need to pony up for that. They need to take that liability. And they being able to contest charges was how they actually process that. But again, you have the issue of, like, stolen credit cards, charging things, and then, getting shut down, the charge not going through, retroactively, like, refunding it. And then people, again, like, it's kind of like reporting the charge. Like, if I were to gift 100 subs and then report that charge as fraudulent, it's kind of that side of things. That's effectively what you're doing, is they're legitimately doing the charge and then claiming it's fraudulent. And there is a process for a company to turn around and say, okay, but it wasn't fraudulent. And a lot of times those companies will actually win those things. It's just usually not worth their time. And it can become a court thing that's no one wants to deal with. Alright, danger pods. Lloyd joins. Alright, Lloyd is jealous and incapable of caring and doesn't really offer me much. And then to get Lloyd, and Lloyd is also at an age that they're practically already dead by RimWorld standards. So I really do need more pawns. Let's see, because I'm checking here if I need to defeat the cluster for me to get Lloyd. These two down here are nothing burger. Those two aren't actually a thing. That's not actually a thing. I don't care about the EMI Dynamo. So it's 2 Militars and a Scyther. The Militars are no problem. The Scyther, if I could take it down or slow it down enough where we can kite it, would be fine. So it's definitely doable. But this is a terrible pawn. Because the incapable of carrying I can work around. The jealous is pretty annoying. That's gonna be a problem. And they don't bring any skills to us that we need. And then 65, they'll probably just have a heart attack. So while I really do need pawns, what is your ideology as well? No, you're gonna be inconsolable is what you're gonna be. Yeah, I do think for as bad as I need pawns, Lloyd does not actually make the cut. Which says something, considering we are pretty desperate for pawns right now. We'll let them work in those 2 fields. Like, I don't need some S-tier pawn. I'm willing to take a couple of negatives. It's just Lloyd is like a bag of negatives all bundled into one. To me, is kind of the ideology that's the deal breaker right now, because we don't have a moral guide and I cannot assign a moral guide right now. So we're going to be struggling on that front pretty badly. One thing we can do to help out with this, now we got a minute. But yeah, so we're going to be struggling a little bit on that front. Because yeah, they're going to be mad that they haven't raided recently. What happened, it was basically a fairly large Manhunter pack, and I had most of my forces in kind of a defensive position. That was pretty okay. Came to the realization I had someone who had been hunting who was like way out of position, so that, imagine they're here, here's the Manhunter pack, here's my defensive group. And rather than do the correct thing that I usually do, which is, you're on your own, good luck, I did try to move in to intercept, and it was just a bad play. So instead of having a defensive position where it could limit the rate they could attack and yada yada, it just kind of became a throwdown, see if you could shoot fast enough. with them already at median range, so we just got overrun badly. It was just a badly played entire situation. Just kind of had that momentary panic of trying to deal with what I was left with, and then just kept escalating things on myself. Alright, build on that campfire. But everyone but Mandible died, because Mandible was a pacifist and hiding on the ship at the time. And then Nexio had death refusal because they were a creepy joiner. And so we then turned around and had them pop up, grab our one unique weapon, and we buggered off. Well, actually, we did stay for a while to keep growing stuff and trying to go. We've been kind of going and holding out as long as we can in a location until something that is just too big of a threat for us to handle shows up, and then we leave because we have too much wealth just in the ship itself for, you know, 2 pawns to hold down. Because it was 1 pawn. We rescued this one on a neighboring tile, which... Chemical fascination is not amazing. We got harpsichord. That's fine. Okay. So we're still learning flat screen televisions. We still have a little penny-oxalin left. We've got plenty of medicine. We got plenty of components. Let's not grab those. We can start chucking away some of these weapons. Okay. Let's maybe get rid of these, a couple of these LMGs. We can grab the Scythe in the short term. Did you hear about Sony ending physical discs for games? Yeah, it's a thing I actually don't care about. I know there are people who are very, very adamant about physical media and all that, which is fine. Like, people collecting them, that's all cool. But it's nothing that really messes with me in any way or another. Physiology, that's fine. Because I actually vented about it a little bit on social media, where you'll have something happen, like a game like will come out and then, you know, a couple months later it's already pulled from the store and no refunds issued or whatever. And it's kind of one of those things, be like, oh, that's what you get for buying a license and not an actual game. And it's like, first of all, if you go all the way back to NES and you flip your cartridge over, or you look in the manual, you'll notice technically you didn't buy the game there either. You also bought a license. It's just too much of a hassle for the people to actually go and try and recollect those things. It's even the same with VHS. It's been a thing since, like, the 80s. But ignoring that part, they'll be like, oh, physical media is forever. It's not. They wear out. So do the devices to play them. And I challenge 99.99% of physical media collectors to look me in the eye and say they have backed up their physical media. Like, all of it. And there will be the one, don't get me wrong, there will be the one who's actually done it. But the vast majority of them do that, or like make that big claim, and they put in their StarCraft 2 CD into the tray, and then the CD shatters, and now they don't have their physical media. But you know what I can do? I can still download it. Which this isn't to be like a crapping on physical media people versus whatever. It's more, I hate the attitude. It's like, well, that's what you get for buying a digital version. It's like, look, man, physical ain't perfect either. Calm down. What we do want is better consumer protection laws, so regardless of physical or digital, if I buy a game, I get to have that game for, like, whatever is deemed appropriate. Okay, Too Smart Void Fascination is entirely manageable. They are missing an eye, but they still have one. They actually have some medical skill, and some social, and combat skills. They're not really bringing much to the table, but it's not nothing, which is a lot better than I currently have. We're going to go ahead and say, yep, we're going to allow you to join. So, because they're a creepy joiner who has walked onto the map, and we don't know what their deal is, while they have a passion for doctoring, like hell am I letting a random creepy joiner do the doctoring. Because not till we know what their deal is. We're also not going to allow them to cook. And the reason we're doing that is they could very easily be infected with the metal horror. We are definitely at a stage where metal horror is a completely plausible threat. For the time being, I'm going to say you're my construction specialist. And in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and put up the queue. If you'd like to be our brand new creepy joiner who may betray us and get murdered, we don't know yet. We just don't know yet. Just go ahead and do exclamation mark join. So we don't know what your deal is. You might turn hostile. You might have a metal horror you. So you might burn bright and short. We don't know yet. Yeah, so we'll have you work on construction. And I guess you'll supplement the growing. You have 0 construction. Excellent. Alright, so with our 0 construction, I just need you to gain skill. So we're going to go over here. I'm going to have you remove the roof off this building. And then you're just going to tear the entire building down. Just so you can grind some skill. Do I need that? Abso-freaking-lutely not. But I need you to get better at it, so... What about our Lord and Savior Golden Cube? I mean, we've yet to see a Golden Cube. So, not much, I guess? And I generally don't like arming, creepy joiners just in case. But we're in the situation where I really don't have the numbers. I am going to give them an assault rifle. So that you can contribute on the fight. You are going to be pretty inconsolable for a while because you do have no conquest. Oh, and you also have the ability where you explode things into a pile of meat. You also have mood breaks a little bit easier. We finally found a person with a passion in cooking after about 4 years. Just to find gray flesh a few minutes after they started cooking. Only 4 infected people somehow. Yeah. Are these people imposters in the thing? The gray flesh, it's an infection. So, like, you'll have this person running around and they will be infected with the metal horror. So their body has effectively been taken control of by the entity. And then ultimately, eventually, the entity will either burst out of them, like, you know, alien style, severely injuring them. Or, like, you'll detect it, and then, you know, once it's detected, it will burst out. So the poor person who has it in there is going to have a rough ride no matter how it goes. Yeah, so our meals are starting to get lower. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this person named. So our brand new creepy joiner is going to be Server Lord. And I don't think Server Lord's been in this run yet. One thing I am trying to do is, once someone has gotten themselves in a run once so far as named, even if you die or get kidnapped or whatever, unless the queue is basically empty other than that person, we are going to try and get those names around. So if people can remind me if when earlier in the run with all the losses we took, if I do have someone's name comes up a second time, like, keep me honest on that, because I'm not going to remember. I'm going to try, but I know where my strengths are, and that is not one of the places they exist. Yeah, at this point, just allow them all. So we got some crops down. We'll get those pulled up before we run out of food by a large margin. Let's see. You remember installing... I lost it because of the queue thing. Remember installing a game on like 94, 5 and a 5? Oh, I never had anything that bad. I had some that were like 12 or so discs. And I definitely remember installing Windows 98 on a computer at one point, and that was like 20-something discs for like the base, all that stuff. Queue close time? Thank you. So queue stop. Because we got the name in there. Because I will forget that, so I appreciate the nudge. Yeah, no, if I ran into the situation where, like, I got a cook who had the metal horror and, like, I didn't realize it right away, I think the first thing I would do is disallow all the meals that were already existing, and hope for the best. Because the good news is it isn't a guarantee they get infected each time. Oop, oop. Do we get a free pawn? I would like a free pawn. Meandrous, great memory, who cannot violent, has no passions we care about. We will rescue this person. I don't really want them. Having a group of 5 with 2 pacifists is not the play. Yeah, no, it's 3.5 and 5.25. Hey, whoa, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun with Satisfactory. It was fun hanging out with watching you work on that. So definitely go check out Wojess and our fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I'm on. Been doing a lot of Satisfactory recently, but has done like RimWorld and many other games that are similar to what we do here. But definitely fun. I do still hold up that, like, while Wojess takes a lot longer to build her factories, it's really impressive to watch because she'll take the time to put like subfloors and all that, and everything will look clean and really well done, and like just solidly organized and all that. It's really fun to watch Jess's builds because they're things I set out with the intent of accomplishing, and then reality strikes and I don't get there. But it is fun to just see like all the machines and the conveyors dipping down the floor and then all of it like hidden below. And are you saying so? You build with intent. Good things take time. And you take the time. I lose the patience. Most of my Satisfactory runs that I got to completion, you'll see the start, and the start will look relatively good. And slowly you'll see, like, okay, well, now I stopped taking the time to put the walls up. Okay, well, now I didn't take the time to organize it down below, and it's now spaghetti where you're not looking, and now I didn't take the time there. Now this is just a conveyor belt being shot over the whole building because I can't be bothered. That the quality of the organization sees a visible decline as the run continues. But yeah. So, like, Jess has also played lots of, like, RimWorld in the past and all that. But welcome in, everyone. I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I have played Satisfactory. It's an excellent game. We're playing some RimWorld today, but I play a wide range of games. Me and Jess have a lot of overlap. But we are on a attempted rebound on a colony. We were about 10 or 11 people strong yesterday, before tragedy struck by just a horribly misplayed Manhunter pack on my part. Like, it was not that impressive a Manhunter pack. It was one pawn was out of position and is trying to save them, and then just proceeded to make bad decisions at that point. To a point where it was basically a total wipe with the exception of Mandible, who was a pacifist because they were hiding on the ship. And then Nexio did die, but they are a creepy joiner, had death refusal, so we used one. And then they buggered off and were trying to rebuild. And we are getting wonderful candidates such as Depressive Chemical Fascination. That's going to be manageable. Too Smart's fine. But like, they're not our ideology. We can't easily make them our ideology. And these ideologies are pretty rough where they want me to conquest people. And yeah. So we're just trying to endure until we can start recouping. Let's see, today was interesting. He just got home from the emergency. Jeff tripped over the cat backwards, hitting his head, and fell unconscious after like 5 minutes. He's okay now, though. Oh, I'm glad he's okay now, because, yeah, that's scary. Anytime someone gets knocked out, it's always something that, like, you approach with a great deal of caution. You have a great stream? You got a rain run? Oh, absolutely, no problem. I totally understand getting slowly baked in your room and all that stuff. The few times they've had where the AC wasn't working, it gets hot in here. Alright, let's speed up time. The good news, though, is we are keeping our research we are keeping our research just chugging away. We are running the no starting research random research mod, and as you can see, the research is absolutely chugging away, getting it all done. So that's good news, because Mandible's basically a crafter researcher. It's all they can really do. So they're doing their job, and they're doing it well. But, you know, that's not as great when you've got one person running around trying to be the constructor and the grower and everything. Yeah, so we got Server Lord, who doesn't actually have a passion for construction, just doing their best. And I'm basically having them strip apart the ruins, not for any particular, any particular need of resources. That's just a lot of construction. Yeah, you know your lane. Hey, you got the thing you're really good at, because you are really good at research and crafting. You're like, I have specialized, and this is what I do. But we're gonna have Server Lord basically take apart this entire ruin for the express purposes of just grinding construction XP, because right now I can't even build that geothermal. Honestly, let's cancel that construction. Just so we don't leave, like, components behind or anything. You have something I don't care about. We don't care about the logging thing. I don't care about that skull cap. We don't care about farming. We don't care about the logging thing. So, okay. Oh, wait. Did that update? Hold up. Only two enemies? Don't tempt me with this. How far away are you? You're in range. Okay, so we got 15 days to potentially grab ourselves another unique weapon. I would like to pull up a bunch of food before we do that. Now, one thing that's going to unfortunately happen is we are starting to get raw food, so we're going to toggle off our research bench, and we're going to toggle on our stove. Because right now, with being unable to build the geothermal, I did capture an unstable power core, and we're just keeping our ship running entirely on one unstable power core for the moment. Which is not really the most reasonable thing to do. One problem we are going to run into: feral child wanders in. Body modder, psychically dull, exceptionally good with animals, and terrible at everything else. If they, like, auto-join us or something, I'll grab them, but I don't think I'm going to go out of way to do that, because one thing, if I don't have, like, inspired taming, they will end up fighting back, and most likely that'll be fatal for them. Then the other option is I run up, and I have all my people punch them in the face a whole lot, and that also is not particularly cozy vibes. Of just, what are we doing with that child? We are subduing them through physical force. Okay. Mad Tortoise. I'm sorry, small child. This might actually work out well, where if you get downed without being too seriously injured, we might save you. Okay. Gather everyone around. Let's deal with the turtle. Yeah, we had a fairly mass casualty event on the last stream. Alright, we will rescue the small child, or at least try to. Mandibles on their way. It'll be a bit close, but I don't want them to work on the go. You're gonna run out of time, aren't you? You need to fly on that treatment. Okay, so we have saved the kid for now. They'll probably just leave. Yeah, one of the challenges with that is like the wild men. What are we looking at here? Toxic Spewer. We've got a Lancer and a Pikeman and a Militar. So we've got smoke grenades that can shut down all that. I do have EMP that we could drop in here. Alright, new plan. You haul this in. All that in. Cause you... Okay, you don't initiate for 14 days. That's okay. We can take some time. So let's go here and we're gonna change danger zone. Expand the danger zone. Work on that. What is your range? Okay, so basically it's the bottom fence line. So as long as we're above the bottom fence line... So we're gonna let that cook. And then the plan is I want to keep pulling up these goods. So this works out well, because that gives me 14 days there. We got 14 days to try and capture that unique, or to go to where that unique weapon is. So that works well, that both those timers are the same. That we're going to do what we can here, and then when we hit the 14 days, we skedaddle on over. Any of the big animals that get into range here, well, actually, any of the animals that get into range here, we're going to need to hunt, because I am pulling up the plants, but I also need protein to make the package meals. And that could be Server Lord that helps with that. So if you start prioritizing the hunting over your construction, anytime an animal comes into range that is worth, I mean, not even worth hunting, that we can hunt. We'll see if we can't get more package meals. Alright. Alright, so you're all better. That should refresh some of our Empire rank. Okay. Pretty much. Was trying to save the last person, and yeah, it ended badly. But I definitely know I should cut my losses with those cases. Yeah, so we're not going to stick around to get all this harvested, but this will keep getting our planting level up. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, we got you getting taken care of. Alright, well, the small child joined us. I'm honestly a little mixed bag about that, but I will allow it. I don't think I'm gonna actively try and not do it, so let's go ahead and have you get the assault rifle, and we're gonna reopen the queue. So for anyone who would like to be the small Yetkin child, who is probably eventually going to social fight their way into an early grave, but in the meantime, they can contribute in some manner, I guess. I guess you fish. Yeah, I guess you fish. But give them a minute. They are very unhappy because they have had no conquest recently. They ate fungus. They're no cannibal food. We really do need to get our ideology stuff sorted. Unfortunately, without a moral guide and all that, I can't persuade people to join us without arresting them and shoving them into a prison, and we're not really in the position to do that right now. I really kind of need all hands on deck. We'll see how it goes. One good news is by having low morale, their ideology won't recover as fast, so it gives more opportunities for others to kind of chip away at them and get them converted. Yeah, so right now we've got 4 different ideologies represented among 5 people. If we can get one more to join for even just a little while, we can get a moral guide, and that'll make it easier to manage. Yeah, you've got Psychite Binge. That's gonna go well for you, small child. Childlike wonder. It's kind of wild. I mean, they were a literal wild child. Well, luckily the only drug we technically have is Psi-T. And you want Psi-T to help with your stuff. For chemical fascination. We're gonna need to indulge in that to try and counteract your depressive and keep the chemical hunger from being a problem. And how many more days do we have? 12 days. These should be coming up pretty close to due. Yes, those are all at 80%. The corn is absolutely not getting done in time. Strawberries are probably going to get done in time. This stuff over here, none of that's going to make it. But even just having them do this will help. I'm also having hamps free because they have the chemical fascination. I am having them hit this as much as possible to try and consume some of it, so there's less for the kid to consume. But I'm also trying to not do it at a rate where we're getting like multiple multiple instances of that going on. Drink the last Doge, don't let the kid have it. Alright. So I've got you no longer upset about not having had some drugs or whatever. That does mean there's no more for Byatt there. So Byatt just doesn't have any drugs to drink anymore. Okay. We got them working. We could probably take Mandible off this, but then they won't have literally anything else they can do. So we'll let them keep doing it, so at least they get some construction. That way, if we take more losses, that's the whole thing. It's got you queued up for that. Yeah, that's gonna be a pain point there. It's fine. We'll just do what we can. Why are you cooking no meals? Who is our cook again? Oh, right. We were splitting that on you. Well, Ham's free also. Let's have you be the cook instead. Ham's free can do the cooking, because they're slightly better at than Nexio. And Ham's free other's responsibility is mining, and we could do without mining more than we could do without planting. So, very likely there is much food poisoning in our future. Them's just the breaks. Alright. Oh, and let me snooze the next ad break for a couple minutes. That way, I end up taking the break when Tomb gets home. Versus, you know, going on break, getting back, and then having to, like, step away again kind of thing. There we go. Kicked the ad break can as far down the road as Switch will let me. Yeah, but right now the goal is kind of just to get as much food as possible on the ship before we go out for our next unique weapon. Okay, let's draw the name for our Yetkin. And that's going to be AFK for pizza. Alright, AFK for pizza. And named. And we will close the queue. Yeah, so we do gain a bunch of skill for disassembling. Learning speed is only 35% on Mandible. For that. Whereas you have 61. Just let Mandible be idle. No, it's fine. There's plenty of work to do there. I was trying to decide, because we're trying to get Server Lord up to 8 construction. Which is going to take a hot minute. Which is why we're just disassembling ruins right now. The good news, they're already up to 3. No conquest recently. Ugly environment. I can't help you, man. I need you to get over this whole conquest thing. Okay, so what do we got for you? I do have in a pinch some go juice for stuff. We'll keep the steel sword, so I at least have a melee weapon to get rid of. Get rid of that machine gun. We'll lean on the assault rifle range, because that tends to be a pretty solid range of weapons. And honestly, that's what I'm taking from you. And with that, let's check this tailoring bench. I think we turned off the kids' clothing, so we'll need to turn that back on. Do we not get the mono sword? I'm pretty sure the mono sword was bio-coded. It also might have been destroyed when they died. You didn't get the heavy SMG though. Not too worried about it. It's extremely rare you have a decent weapon on the Empire that isn't bio-coded. I don't think I've ever seen a... well, actually, that's not true. I've seen, like, one time a mono sword not be bio-coded on an Empire person. Like, it was genuinely a thing that's like, oh! Did you go up in a blaze, on a blaze of glory? You went out in a blaze of being bitten a whole lot by wolves. Along with most of the colony. You'll take it. You did in theory shoot some guns. Don't you dare wake those things up. Misk, caravan spot up here. You have a war merchant. And it's gonna be like, oh yeah, I can aggro those and then let them fight. I'm like, you know what? Literally, there's no reason. When this activates, that same time, I need to be leaving to go after the unique weapon. Because if I don't go then, I run out of time and I won't get it. I also just realized that's a spare steel sword, so we can get rid of that. Let's see, flat screen television, medicine, there's the scimitar cats and all that, we don't care about that. We got the EMP. I'll keep the 2 chain shotguns for right now, those are really good to have. Don't really want or need anything they're offering. Alright, so we are getting the potatoes up. We'll probably get the strawberries as well. And that's probably the point where we're going to not get too much more harvested before all the rest of this goes down. Okay, so in 2.5 days, we'll be able to do that nonsense. Oh, one thing we might be able to do to help draw those animals that we just got on our site up here. Put some animal sleeping spots here, and they should come here when they go to sleep. Right now they're just chilling down there. And if we're lucky, when they go to bed, they'll go to these spots. And they'll be able to retrieve them. Because we do have a conversion ritual, or a ritual here we can do. And we're just going to kind of do those things, hoping to trigger... You know, trigger like the... Either getting another person to join whose our ideology, or that they'll trigger lots of conversations that we could slowly erode someone else's stance and their ideology to our own. Because if we can make either of those happen, then we have the potential of starting to build up our ideology and get everyone on the same page. Because right now, there isn't a one of these people who have an ideology that's really compatible. Like, this is a cannibal raider supremacist. And then we've got you here, who is a supremacist tunneler. We got Serverlord here, who is a supremacist raider. So all of them want me to go conquesting, which ironically I need to be doing. Somewhat ironically I need to be doing. We are doing the Pollution Grows mod. So you'll notice here we got this Waster faction there, and they've got this giant area of pollution that they're building. And you got more over here. They will slowly destroy the whole world with pollution if we don't deal with it. So I do actually need to go conquesting to take out the ones causing the pollution and ruining the world. But something tells me rolling in with 4 pawns to fight with, one of being a child, on random Waster bases is probably going to result in a lot of death. Mostly because I'll probably show up and they'll be like 8 or 9 strong with good ranged weapons against my 4 strong with admittedly also good ranged weapons. The difference being you have a shooting skill of 2, you've got 6, you've got 8, which is from terrible to acceptable. It's not great. They give you a kid when you have a non-combat pawn. I mean, it is what it is. And thank you for the 5 watch streak, Protolex. I do appreciate it. Hey, how much longer? 7 days. 7 days till we gotta be out of here. And the 7 days actually has to do with the Ancient Warriors one up here. It just happens to be that this is like slightly less of a timer. So when we get down to when it's time to get out of there, because I need to jump slightly ahead of time, because technically time, I believe, does pass while the ship is flying. We'll need to stay a little bit ahead of that. Yeah, no conquest recently. No conquest recently. Oh, I guess you actually don't care about the no conquest recently. Oh, no slaves. You all suck. Every one of you all suck. We gotta fix that attitude. Hey, you actually caught one. Good job, man. So in 1.3 days we could do that ritual, which might help me get a get another person on our ideology sorted. I was like that's not drawing the line too far. Oh yeah, no, that's we don't do the slavery mechanic typically. It's just it's not a mechanic I'm interested in doing. Like in game, it's more of a pain that's worth to begin with, like mechanically. If someone is worth enslaving in the game, they're worth recruiting, generally speaking. But also, it's just not a mechanic that interests me to even emulate. 100% I understand it's a game, but it still just gives me the ick. I say as I have 100% organ harvested people in this game and all sorts of stuff, but like that's the bridge too far for me. Yes, I understand. That doesn't necessarily make sense. The good news is Hamster here is just hauling all the food in, so I don't have to like manually tell someone to do it, which is working out great for us. How goes your construction skills? So you're up to about 4 1/3. So that's coming along well. Just being able to let you cut loose and tear apart a ruin is certainly not hurting that. Oh, I didn't know you could actually disassemble those things that explode. Not like the mine charts, you can't assemble those, but like the little unstable nodes and all that. I never tried, because usually it's on an ancient ruin, you just don't care, you're gonna leave anyways. Got the Aurora. Let's see, manage areas. I see. I mean, we got stuff that's dying outside the range. It's fine. I don't want them wandering super far right now anyways. Okay, so 7 in-game hours, we can sacrifice one of the dromedaries for potentially a mood bonus, maybe gaining an inspiration. I can potentially push for more points. If we can get to the point of reforming the ideology, we could do something like grab Prolicizer to help push the ideology to hopefully slowly attrition the others down to get them on the same side. There wasn't any memes that stood out for this run. I kind of wish with the Odyssey ship, instead of having like the space thing, like your space habitat one, just because of how little offering skipped. I was literally waiting for it to become an option. Alright, well, never mind then. In that case, sorry, dromedaries, you're food. Like, it wasn't highlighted that I could do it, so that's why I was confused. Oh well, it's fine. It is what it is. If we missed it, we missed it. Alright, how many days are you down to? 5? Check the actual skip message. You may have lacked people. Ah, right. Because I only have 2 people and I don't have a leader or moral guide or anything. Right, so I can't physically do it right now. It is what it is, that's fine. We'll just do the Sky Lantern party each time it comes off cooldown. Hey, Thrombos, do you want to be friends? Oh, we're at 9 out of 10. Can't actually make you my friend. Womp womp. Yeah, the no recent conquest just absolutely trashing your mood. Yes, you're about to hit level 5. Server Lord is absolutely going to break. That minus 18 is not a manageable amount. Alright. So my wife should be home right about now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my quick, like, 5-minute break. It's my long break for the stream, but like I said, only about 5 minutes. I'm going to run downstairs, welcome her home, make some food happen real fast, and I'll be right back up. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes for more RimWorld, and I'll be back. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about that. The audio being gone's on my side. I was recording something and I turned off that audio channel. My apologies for that. They changed the way the equalizer works in OBS, and it used to be there was this like one bar going up and down, but now it's like two bars that one is for what I hear and one is for what you hear. So I just see out of the corner of my eye, the bar's still going. Like, cool, bar's still going. We're good. That wasn't the case, so I do apologize. All right, let's get back into it. What's up? I'm doing pretty good. But yeah, it's this software change. All right, and we had how long left? 5 days. Yeah, at least you had game music. Yeah, no, if it was utterly silence that whole time, yeah, we probably would have had a pretty significant like viewership drop off because of people being like, I'm not just sitting here staring like sitting in that silence. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Because a lot of people, this is second monitor or even like just tabbed out listening to it like it's a podcast or a radio thing. And if it's dead air, like dead air is about as bad as you can get from the content creator side. You do not want dead air. Yeah, makes me really happy I have the music mod here, because normally if you don't have that, RimWorld will play a track and then have no music for 5-10 minutes and then play another track. One of the biggest mods I used to use all the time was Don't Stop the Music. That's not been updated last I checked, but there's I think it's called Music Manager mod that you can go in here, and you can even do more than just what I've got here. You can actually go into its settings and be like, how long do you want between tracks? Maximum, minimum. And you'll notice time between tracks when there's no danger, literally no time ever. While we're in a fight, I will allow the occasional gap, because sometimes that can actually be kind of cool. Like, you're in the middle of the fight, the music kind of fades out, and you're just hearing the guns cracking off and all that for a minute or two before the next track starts. All depending on what's going on. Alright. Server Lord is going to break. I keep thinking I need to just launch onto the next location before Server Lord breaks and wanders around and causes us grief. But at the same time, I'm worried I'm going to launch to the next location and then Server Lord's going to immediately break on a hostile tile. And neither of those are good. And I don't really have a way to mitigate it. Like, it is what it is. Okay, so we're officially dumping food on the ground out here, so we are full. We're not going to get anything like medicine or anything grown. So at this stage, it's time to go. So let's go ahead and get out of here. We got little to gain with this. Begin. Alright, we are aiming for you. So the Ancient Mercenaries. So this tile is a temperate forest, has an ancient warehouse. Not a super long growing season. We are going into winter, but it is what it is, because we're actually moving farther away from the cold. But we're going to grab this unique weapon, or die trying. But it's supposed to be, I believe, only 2 enemies here. So we should be able to roll in here and just bully them. We shouldn't have 11 in the feed? Yeah, no, that's been the whole thing. Being on that glacial shield map, getting every one of my grow seasons interrupted multiple times, but it's only like 25 days or whatever it was. And all that. Okay. So this is where the whole fight's gonna go on. That is a really generous lake there. Do we have a steam geyser that we can get at? There's a steam geyser there. But there's not, I mean, actually, I almost can fit my ship there. I don't want to put it down here. That's too close to the edge of the map. But I think we'll do, we're going to have, like, our beachhead for this. How rude. You're supposed to be nice and lull them into a false sense of peace and take them out. Yeah, so we're just gonna do like a beachhead right here. I could slam down a cable to get to that geothermal if we get our construction skill high enough. Grab nausea. So for right now, we're going to restrict everyone to the ship for a minute. Because everyone's going to be sick for about 4 in-game hours. We're going to let them sort that out so they're not throwing up in the middle of the fight, because that's a good way to lose people. Let's see if we can't get eyes into what they are. Yeah, so it looks like you still have 2 hours, and you still have 2 hours, and you are both about to be recovered. Oh, also... Alright, we're getting low on penioxylin. Okay. Alright, so everyone's recovered. That's not a priority. Get some rice down. Get some potatoes down. Get some cotton down. Get some dye. Don't worry about the rest later. Okay, so once everyone's got a chance to wake up, get their food, all that sort of stuff, what we'll do is we'll have Hamstery start poking the doors. They've got a shield belt to hopefully figure out where the enemy is with their unique weapon. And then the goal is just going to be figure out which one's the more dangerous pawn that needs to get locked up in melee, run them down, lock them up in melee, and then pepper whoever's left with bullets. If we can do like 1 then 1, that'd be great. But we want the unique weapon more, if possible. Yeah, we had a really bad Manhunter pack last night. Okay, so everyone who is combat capable is up except you. Oh, I also forgot I could literally psychic slaughter one person, so if necessary, we could just run Server Lord up to someone and explode them in meat. So you have the unique weapon, which is a revolver. It is the Love of Rachel, which has 20% armor penetration. Oh, here we go. Actually, okay, so you've got an increased market value. Alright, so you have incendiary rounds, improved accuracy, and improved accuracy. I don't know if those stack. But that's a curiosity. And then you just have a bolt action. So if you run over here, this will be a little bit of a risky play, but I didn't account for this. Okay. I probably should have instead tried to down them, but, you know, we do have that. So for right now, haul that back. Schedule unrestrict right now. You haul that home. Thank you for the drugs. Psychically sensitive nudist night owl. You can shoot in animals. You do have hypothermia. Regardless, for right now, go ahead and capture this person, and we'll decide what to do with them later. Yeah, I probably should have tried to down them. I could have scored their armor. But, you know, it is what it is. Like, really, the bolt action one should have been the one I went to meet explode if I was gonna do that. Any dangerous animals? Yes. The red fox is by the edge of the map down there. The lynx is up there, so it's not great, but that'll be fine for now. We can go ahead and add a fishing spot here. It's in here is amazing. With accuracy, it can be nasty. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like, okay, do I want to ditch one of the assault rifles for it? And I'm thinking the answer is going to be yes. If for no reason, then to get those sorted. All right, so what are we doing with you? So you are a nudist night owl who's psychically sensitive. We're going to work on converting you and just see how this goes. Yeah, they're close enough they could end up being a problem. I'm trying to remember, do Yetkins have predisposition? Oh no, you don't have predisposition at bad at guns. Oh, I keep forgetting that you always have, like, the Sleepy. Sleepy is so awful. Well, Server Lord could still turn on us, so you're gonna get, for the love of Rachel, a Masterwork Revolver. But we've changed the queue. We're doing it as we get colonists. No problems or anything. Just, it's a thing I expect to repeat a lot, just because we've been only doing it for one day right now. Yep, so we're gonna wait until we get a colonist. Yeah, it was, we were noticing that people who joined earlier in the stream were very, very disproportionately represented in the colony. So we were going, okay, what can we do to help mitigate that? How are you having hypothermia, like 70 degrees? Level Rachel from Friends. Yep. Don't worry about that. One thing we're going to need to make sure we don't have right now is schedule, work. You do not hunt. I don't need you running around lighting the entire map on fire with your incendiary rounds. The orange on the, like, barrel and all that makes me think of, like, the old Nintendo, what was it? The NES gun, the plastic one. It's got a name to it. It's Super something. I think it was Super something. For, like, Duck Hunt. Zapper. Yeah, the Zapper. No, well, Super Scope came later. It just... Like, the NES gun, it still had the gray, but it had, like, a stripe down the side of it. But it's just really kind of giving me a callback to that old Zapper. That had a name? Yeah, it was a Nintendo, like, the NES Zapper. Which, it was fun tech, because do you know what the Zapper actually was detecting? It was detecting when you pulled the trigger on the gun, it would actually blank out the screen for just a second, except for where like the thing was, and it would have like a little white square, and it was looking for the white square. They had some other things they did too, but that's broadly how it works, is just looking to see, like, am I pointing at white or whatever. People found ways to, like, cheat it to, like, just hold up a page and, like, just point it at that, and it would count the hits and all that. Which was comical. There's a lot of those old things when you look at how they actually worked under the hood. And they don't work on LCD screens because of it? Yep. That's still just my favorite, like, how people cheated the game, was they just found something that was white and they just kind of pointed at the white thing. It's like, yep, every one of these is a hit. When Server Lord stops having a break, we're gonna go ahead and hop in here and take a look around. Clear the building, make sure there's nothing else you gotta care about. Oh, before we get too far, zone, stockpile, low priority. Wifey. Thank you. Love. No wonder 7-year-old you is good at duck hunting. You're probably shooting white walls around the CRT, much more than the screen itself. I would be surprised if that would work, unless you're like right on top of it with a bright light against it, but who knows? But yeah, so like, you know, people are like, wow, it's really amazing that they know where you're pointing, and you're like, they don't. They don't know where you're pointing. It's literally just looking for a white square. Yeah, detected UV, not just white. Yeah, because I remember it was I can't remember, like, the hack was you had to have a white surface, and then there was something like, usually you point to like a bright light, but it might have needed to be a specific kind, because I never did that myself. I hadn't heard about how the tech worked until, you know, way after I was not playing NES anymore. Okay, so you need a nap. Then once you've had your nap, we can run over here, we can check for mines and turrets and all sorts of stuff in this place. Any goodies that exist in here. You just remember it was your grandma's room. The TV was on top of a tall dresser, and you're often jumping the bed while playing. Yeah, I don't imagine that'd be conducive for particularly good accuracy. We got tons of steel. We don't need to do anything with that. Components are fine. Alright, we don't have any fancy ores or anything to get at. Alright, so everyone's awake. Get this going. So like the usual... Well, that was bold. Like the usual, we keep our main force in a central location. We have our shield and melee, just pop back and forth. No sentry guns to speak of, so that's good news. Alright. I like that. I was like, why is there only 3 when I went to move? Right. What is that? Oh, ancient pod plant. That's fine, whatever. Okay, so we got a box to open down there. Let's pop in the box and the rest of you get out of here. Come on, something good. I mean, not something bad, but okay. Alright, so. We've got chess tables, poker tables, and billiards. Our break room is very full. So, the game of and the chess tables, 1 second. No corpses, please. If you must haul the other corpses, put them up there. So I don't need people losing their minds because they see a rotting corpse again and again. Alright. So. Yeah, these are all normal quality because they spawned in, so they're usually locked in at normal quality. So I think what we do is we deconstruct the game of because it has the same happiness or whatever recreation it gives you as the chess table. I don't think there's a way we fit these poker tables in there. I'll uninstall them to see if we can get them. Uninstall these. We do have armchairs. Those would be an upgrade from what we've got now. You're going to put the armchairs at benches people tend to spend a lot of time at. You can always do the RV thing and set them up under a temporary roof until you land somewhere. Yeah, I'm going to store them and we'll see what we do from there. But yeah, basically kind of going along those lines. Another table we spend a lot of time at. Where is our stone cutting table? Actually, stove. I guess one problem we're going to run into there is I need a place to put them. So go here and say poker table and billiard table. You know, watch Much Shape Game of the Ship. How hard is it to add new room or whatever? Not super hard. Basically, the thing that happens here is you'll notice there's a number here, like 582 out of 750. That's the biggest my ship can get right now. There is a special rare material that me built this extender, which anywhere in that blue circle I can have my ship. And the catch with all that is it requires a special material that's hard to come by, a grav core. And so when you look at the world map, anywhere you see this symbol here, looks kind of like a little 8 on a blue background, will give me a grav core, so you can target them and get them easily. That determines the maximum area your ship can cover and how many tiles. And it can get pretty big. It can get like that big, which when you're considering the whole tile, it's like a fifth of the tile. It gets pretty large. So that's kind of the big thing. And then you also have these things called grav plate. It's a material. Those aren't too hard to come by. You'll find them in the same kind of places. But once you have those, you just build it per normal. It's a pretty fast building floor that you can put on water or whatever. So it's not too bad. It just, there is a you do have to like go and do encounters to make it happen. Alright. Let's go deal with that Lynx. Actually, you know what? I don't need to go through this trouble. I forgot, this is one of the things I like doing with the psychic slaughter. Dangerous animal? No problem. And now there's not a dangerous animal. Yeah, no, it's pretty easy. So someone is pulling up fish. So in theory, you could just expand the rec room for new items. Yeah, so what would probably happen is, what it would likely do is if I got more grav plates, actually I do have 26 in my inventory. I literally could expand my my break room out a little bit. The problem is 26 tiles is really not that many. So that'd be 16 tiles, 18, 19. So I can probably add like 2 more tiles with. I'm not going to bother with that right now. I think we're fine. But, when we get our next grav extender, I'd probably go and add a bunch more tiles. That's usually how I would go about doing it, is just when I get the next grav core where I can suddenly add on like 200 tiles, we, you know, add another room or two onto the ship. Remember when we were kind of going, oh man, our bedroom's getting kind of full? Those were good times. The next room I want to add is a hospital. Mandible is idle, because we're having to juggle back and forth between whether we're running research or we are running the oven. Nope, we had some pretty nasty losses last stream, like 8 or 9 people. Just a really misplayed raid. So haul this body out of here, please. Where everyone starts losing their mind. Okay, so you got that taken apart. Let's grab this other chest table. Do I need 2 chest tables? Nope. Am I gonna go ahead and put up 2 chest tables? Yep. And the stools we can just disassemble. Yeah, once we haul these over, we'll haul that over, haul this over, and haul that over. We can haul those over real fast, and then I'm going to do the same thing we did on the other map, where I'm going to just queue them up to tear down the whole building. Not because I actually want the materials, I genuinely do not care about the materials, but just for the purposes of allowing our people to continue to, build up their construction skill, because I need to get that up to the point where we can make ourselves more with the geothermal power. Because right now we're running on 1 unstable power core and just trying to keep it working. Well, hopefully this person joins us. Even though I'm not super wanting this colonist, the thought behind recruiting them anyways is because I could take the time to convert them to our ideology and then have them join so that I can make a new moral guide. And then we can start converting the other ones over to our ideology. Alright. What level of cooking do I need to make packaged meals? 8. That is going to take a while. What about pemmican? What's pemmican require? None. Alright, well, we'll add bills. Pemmican, do forever. Because it's going to take a while for us to get to that point. We can start making pemmican to at least get some food preservation going on. That just is what it is. Okay, you're getting mad because you want chemicals, and you're depressed, and there's sad youngsters, and there's no slaves. And you want a diamond pony. It's not what you do. but I can't have you breaking right now. Just go ahead and slam some go juice for cooking. At least you don't have the mood penalty from the no drugs and a little boost from that. AFK for pizzas on an insulting spree, which is dangerous because they're a child, so there's a very good chance they get in a social fight and someone literally kills them. So, that's helpful. And they're bullying the pacifist, because that's about right. Good. Well, at least with AFK for pizza, everyone went to sleep, so they did get the catharsis. I really need to get this person converted and to join us. Mad Hares. Oh, wait. When he stumbled, I thought it was down. There we go. Cool, we got all the Mad Hares, that's fine. Okay, but yeah, so we're gonna keep making our meals, keep making all this. Once we get Hamps-free over to a level 8 in cooking, then we can have them start making packaged meals, and that'll help a great deal. I'm pretty sure that doesn't count for construction, taking down roof. Nope. But you gotta do it or they collapse roofs on themselves and then they die. I know I've done it many times in the past. Medical emergency on you. Due to extreme hypothermia. I didn't realize. There's no room to put a fire in there. We could probably have... How warm is this room? 70? Hey, go here. Carry. Run them over to the hot room. Okay, and then put them back. Okay, so you want me to protect your person. You are willing to give me a creepy breathing, chemical fascination person. That sounds terrible. I already have enough misfits in my group. I would need to fight 9 Scythers. 2 waves of them. And keep people happy for a duration of time. That's not gonna work. Yeah. That's one thing we can do. Hey. Oh, not you. You. Let's see. Force target to wear shirt. Actually. Convert them first. Okay. Force target to wear shirt. I don't have any other clothes for you right now. Oh, that's not true. Force target to wear hat. RimWorld was trying to really push this whole run. For those who missed the beginning of the run, the research pattern, I believe, was tree sowing, passive cooler, drug production, penny-oxalin, go juice, and then I believe psychite refining. Then we hopped over tier 2, I believe, beer brewing, then stone cutting. Then we got wake up, and then I don't remember when we got the other one. So it was like, of the first 10 researches, you know, 5 of them were drug. Well, I guess 6 of them, counting the beer, were drugs. The only one we missed was the PsyT, took a while longer. Okay, so now you're not freezing to death. Major break risk on you because depressive, chemical hunger. I don't know what to tell you, man. There's no more drugs. You've consumed them all. So we got our links here. There we go. Dangerous animal gotten rid of. Okay. They're getting there with tearing. They're not really. How did everyone die? We had a Manhunter pack. I misplayed trying to save one person who was out of position. So instead of having one person out of position in danger of dying, I put everyone out of position in danger of dying. So they got pretty badly wiped. And usually I'm relatively good about writing someone off who's like just clearly in a bad spot. But in this particular case, for whatever reason, I didn't. And so rather than just losing, or potentially losing because it could have been downed and not killed, potentially losing one pawn, I threw everyone into a very one-sided fight and got wrecked. So Mandible got out because they were a pacifist and just stayed on the ship. And Nexio got out because they have the death refusal because they're a creepy joiner, so we just resurrected them after the Manhunter pack left. But everyone else died. Okay, schedule. Assignments. Bump the medicine up a bit. That's gonna help, having everyone knocked down for flu for well. Don't finish with that. You really do need to keep things moving. Okay. It's not really the time for a lesson, but okay. At least you're getting a couple levels in here before you age up. Well, actually, you're only 8, so you got probably not quite... How long till we age up? Well, I mean, they're 8.5. Yeah, we might be able to get them to the point of being able to get a passion. I don't think we'll get much more than that. So you're getting really good 10s in everyone, so that should keep up. So you're one of the sick ones, so in the meantime, turn that bench off. Turn this on, because no one's going to be cooking for a while. Wait, was Serverlord? No, Serverlord is not the cook. They're doing hunting and construction. Consulting spree. Great. That'll help everybody. And for right now, let's take you down a peg on the hunting and let you do construction. There's no one out to be able to butcher or anything, so... Alright, I need you to either get in a social fight and go to bed, or whatever. What I don't need is for you to sit there and just not be in bed and yelling at people. Don't insult the doctor. We don't need more people melting down. Beggars for charity. Alright, do not use the good meds for the other thing. Alright, so switch you back down to the not as good meds, so we don't waste our good medicine on treating all that. We'll reopen the queue once we got a new person on the colony. Are you just not going to tend them, or feed them, or tend them, or feed them? Okay, level steel. Alright, go back to assignments. Put you back in the good medicine. And we're slowly getting there to recruiting another person. Please refuel the fire. Trying really hard to not let me have that prisoner. So build another fire. And refuel this one. Okay, so 10 them, 10 them. 10 them. No. Stop it. I already had someone queued up to do it, and they're a better doctor than you are. Okay, so let's see how people are doing. You got a 10% lead. You have about 12% lead. You've got about a 14% lead. Go grab your gun. And we're fast running out of food because no one's able to work right now. They're all sick. I don't need Glitter World to survive, but Glitter World will help us get to the other side of this faster, and we're kind of in the point where I really do need these people to get back to work. Stop. Let my best doctor do it. Stop. You're also both injured from beating the crap out of each other. You can just stay on the industrial. You're like 30% ahead. Okay, so we can take them, probably drop them back down. Fire foam, that's fine. Even with the ship having 3 fires going on inside, between the cold snap and the winter, the ship is still barely staying at like the 40-something degrees temperature. I can, in a pinch, if the... Oh, it is a pinch. Yeah, in a pinch, what we can do here... So you tell them to close this door and this door. So finish talking. I was gonna say carry you. Okay. That should still help as we close this off. Because that'll make it more likely to bleed into here versus elsewhere. Because my fear is if I open that door, a lot of times... Let's see, so we got Grump. Teetotaler, too smart, careful shooter. With cancer. I will rescue them, I don't want them staying. Okay, that should slowly warm up your room. Okay, Teetotaler's too smart, careful shooter. Crafting plants, not... I mean, that gives us crafting and plants, but I really don't need that. Operations. We'll base this on whether or not we successfully cure that. If we cure it, they stay. If we don't, they're gone. How old are they? 54. They're just gonna go for it. Okay, that's for a prison camp nearby. We can worry about that later. I'll get... I mean, okay, we did cure them. I'm not loving it. We'll go ahead and start the queue for our brand new person. You're going to end up being our planter. Teetotaler, who's too smart and a careful shooter. But they're honestly really high social, crafting, and animals. But they're definitely going to be someone we're going to have deal with the animals a lot, so we can take you off animals. Wait, doesn't he have a passion? Oh, no, you don't have a passion for it, you're just decent at it. That's fine. Alright, so we'll let that go for a minute. And you are going to be a shooter. That's fine. We're desperately trying to keep the ship from being in bad shape. Alright, so both of you are up not getting your medical attention. Per the usual. Alright, I'm gonna wait till after the ad break. I'll mention it again and give people a couple minutes since the person did join during the ad break. We are getting a bunch of misfits in this run. What's all the blood in the bedroom? Social fight. Oh, are you already immune? Okay, so you're in the clear. And you're looking good at 20% lead. You're at about 21% lead, that's fine. Okay, for those who got caught with the outbreak, we did get another person joined us. I was hesitant to bring them on. We did do the surgery and we removed their cancer, so they're okay now. I'm not super thrilled about them, but we are going to keep them because they have enough plants and honestly enough cooking. Yeah, they have enough plants and cooking to be worth considering. Well, actually, you just joined. We don't know what your deal is yet. Granted, those ones don't have. Let's play it easy just in case there's a metal horror going on there. But we'll give everyone a chance to put your name in doing exclamation mark join if you'd like to be our brand new plants person. Teetotaler, all that stuff. Actually, give you the Hellcat, I think. Well, no, we can give you the assault rifle. It's fine. Make sure you're equipped to help when a fight shows up. Yes, we are rebuilding our numbers. The big downside is we are fast running out of food. Okay, so cold snap is over. You're almost through with your flu. That should mean we could finally have these ones not practically freezing to death. We could reopen these doors. Them just have to, like, do desperate efforts to keep the ship from being so cold people die in it. Because of stacking winter cold snap nonsense. Okay, so we got 2 orgs on the map. We got one over there. And one up here. Let's grab Server Lord and run him over to the warg. And now there's no warg. Okay, so you're probably fully in the clear. You are basically fully in the clear at this stage. You're just gonna make it. So let's make sure assignments. We got everyone on the crap medicine again. Just so we're not wasting it. Critical mood break on you because we have not got a conquest recently. Crisis of belief. She now believes in the army. That's not helpful. That literally undid effort. What is your ideology? Why is every single person we're getting a supremacist? Why is literally everyone we're finding a supremacist, like, of different types? Like, don't get me wrong, there's some awful people in this world, but, like, literally every single person we're finding, it's not even the same ideology. That's the worst part. I have 4 different ideologies that are some form of supremacist in this colony outside of our own ideology. Everyone we're picking up is just awful. No, I won't do it. I mean, honestly, I can't do anything any individual way because to start trying to convert people, you need 3 of the same ideology in there to get a moral guide. So that's the reason why I'm trying to get Jixang here. Actually, that'd be a fifth ideology in here that is supremacist. Counting the prisoner. But if we get the 3 of them, then we can start chipping away at the others. Was Mandible the only one? The only ones who are not is Mandible and Nexio. And that's because they're the ideology we started with. But yeah, so everyone's running around being like, no conquest. I didn't eat a person recently. We don't have slaves. Why are you all terrible? Could you just be not terrible? Yeah, you've got Psychic Slaughter ready again. Where'd that ward go? It's way down here. Okay, ward dealt with. Yeah, so we need to get this person brought over and then recruited into the colony, and then once we do that, we can start getting everyone converted. Once we do that, keeping people's moods up will be a lot easier, since we won't be needing to deal with all their garbage, all their drama. Okay, so ship's starting to get hot, so do not refuel this and destroy that one. Okay. Right, you have passion for construction, but we need you growing as the problem. We've got you hunting as a priority. AFK for pizza could be hunting, but they have a gun that spits fire. So I think what we do here is we have Grump go over here, drop your gun for a minute, AFK for pizza, grab that gun, Grump, grab AFK for pizza's gun. Alright, so with that we can go to... Oh, you need recreation on your schedule, my bad. We can go here to Grump, take you off hunting, and then put AFK for pizza on hunting. And then with AFK for pizza doing the hunting, we can take Server Lord and deprioritize hunting. We're kind of rotating everyone's responsibilities around to hopefully get Server Lord tearing down this ruin so they can get some construction skills so we can start getting geothermal back online and all that kind of stuff so we can actually power our ship. As well as get the micro multi-analyzer built. And Grump is fishing. That's fine. Too cold for you to plant. Yeah, now I turned off the research bench. Mandible's going to help with the deconstruction, which is fine. You're at chemical starvation. And you're upset that you didn't eat fungus. Sadistic rage due to depressive. Sorry, prisoner. You still want to join, right? Right? Tantrum Grump, gonna break things in their room. That's right, hit the walls. No, 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 hit the walls. Just the walls. Focus fire on those. No, 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 not the bed. Focus fire on the wall. That's very long hang. Don't break the furniture. That's more of a chore to replace. There you go. Good job. Okay, you're fully healed. Low psychic drone is not going to help any of our things. Yeah, so right now our biggest problem is with all our ideologies split all over the place. We really can't help the many different competing ideologies. We're all getting mad at each other right now. Refuel these two, so we're not in the freezing cold. So the good news is winter will be winding down in not too long. We've kind of hit the peak winter. I will say this tile is doing a good job of just feeding me animals endlessly. So AFK for Pizza here is getting a chance to work on that shooting skill. We've almost got them converted. It's getting close. And then we can start recruitment. Well, F you, Cassandra. Alright, well, we're almost done with winter, except for the volcanic winter. Second one this run, by the way. This has been a weird run of just perpetual attack on my food supply. Like, we've been holding up mostly fine. We definitely had a couple dodgy times here and there. But despite the fact that everything's been hammering away on our logistics, we've mostly held up by just over-planting every chance we get. Visitors, that's fine. Okay, and they finally got the roof. Well, one tile of roof left. And once they get that, they'll start tearing down the ruin for construction. Yeah, because once we get to 8 construction, we can start putting down geothermals again. Are you independent? No. You're fine, you're fine. Put one fire out here, so later on we can do our little celebration thing. Okay, so we're gonna do another one of our rituals to try and get some mood boost to manage this. Oh, what'd you miss? Last night we had some serious tragedy. You'll notice only 2 of the names here are the same ones from last night. Mandible the pacifist managed to get away because they were a pacifist, so, you know, weren't in the fight. And then you got away because you died, and then we had, you know, the resurrection kind of thing. Ooh, Wanderer joined. So we got cargo pods. It's like that. We got a beautiful one. Alright, so 11 mining skill. Alright, so Bio has joined. Annoying voice, tortured artist, teetotaler. But they are the right ideology that we can make a moral guide. And they actually have tolerable amounts of social skill. So, look, man, we're begging here. So let me go ahead and... Oh, wait, we already... Oh, we didn't draw for Grump. Okay, so this is drawing for Grump. My apologies. So for Grump, we're gonna have Canahawk. And like I said, we're gonna try to only use names once in the run. I don't think we had Canahawk already, but if I do end up having a name I pull up a second time in the run, we are going to stop and then start the queue. So if you want to be Bio, who has an annoying voice, teetotaler, and tortured artist, you're going to go ahead and want to put your name in the hat with exclamation mark join. I honestly don't know what I'm going to have you do around here. You're going to do something, but you don't... I mean, I guess you have the social, but that's not really a skill we have you do. You could be the dedicated hunter, because you also mined her main skill, and I've already got people to mine. I guess you could be our hauler. You could be a focused hauler, would not be terrible. Are they an animatree spawn? I mean, generally speaking, when you're doing the Odyssey stuff, trying to do the tree just isn't worth your time because you keep leaving the tree behind. So I generally don't bother with the tree when I'm doing Odyssey stuff. The tree's strong, but you kind of have to stay in one spot to really take advantage since it takes a while to build it up. Alright, we've got an attack coming. All melee. Neanderthals, I'm guessing? Impids. I actually feel pretty okay about this fight. So I'll probably want to harass them. Okay. So let's go ahead. We're going to draw this name. Did they chase? No, it's just the way it works. And this is going to be Willison. So welcome to the colony, and then we'll close that. Alright. So let's get everyone over here. Because we have a lot of firepower we could throw at them. So if we play this right, I could drag them out towards the water where they're slowed and just do a ton of firepower on their way in. Potentially just wipe them. If not wipe them, knock down enough of them that, you know, we can deal with the rest from there. Couple tiles over, and they're in range. Open fire. Dude, it's clear skies. Nicely done, team. What are you bringing to there? Unwaveringly loyal. You are bringing nothing. You are bringing... We are ignoring that you are alive. Okay, so of the people we have for our ideology, we've got Mandible is already the production specialist. So we got Willison and Nexio. So Nexio's social skill is 3 and Willison is 7. So congratulations, you're getting a promotion to our moral guide So our moral guide has an annoying voice, which I'm sure is going to work well. But with that, we will have enough people to start chipping away at all of these people with the their conquesting supremacists and all these awful ideology things that are going on. Okay, and we're going to start this opener with begin a conversion ritual. I don't care who the target is. Someone who's not ours. All of you have equally terrible ideologies. So far as for our colony. They want to conquest and do all sorts of garbage. Honestly, been long enough that we would have had gray flesh by now if they had it. Ineffective, that's fine. Alright, so you are converted. So now I can go here to prisoner, recruit. And the good news is they only have, was it two resistance? That should only take a couple of conversations to knock them all the way down. Okay, what is your construction? It's probably terrible? Yeah, your construction's terrible. Alright, you just keep at it, man. Someday we'll have that again. Royal Tribute Collector. Oh, that's Mandible. That's not what we're looking for. Servalord. You are getting pretty close to getting to 6 construction. Alright, Canahawk's gun Spitfire, which is why we don't have you hunting. Alright, so we're going to do the weapon shuffle again. So we're going to have you drop your gun. We're going to have you... Where are you standing? Oh, I should have thought about that. You're going to drop your gun. You grab that gun. And you grab this one. Because now with that, we can put Canahawk on hunting, take you off of it. I'll put it a little bit higher priority. That's just because that gun has incendiary rounds, and shooting what we're trying to hunt with, you know, bullets that set the corpse on fire, thereby destroying the corpse if I'm not hurrying, not gonna help much. Okay, Servalord's not the best one for the warning roll. You have a passion for it, so you can work on it. Let's go ahead and take you off of warning. The other ones are fine. Okay. Yep, that's a spaceship. We were in much better shape, but like the last stream we took some pretty heavy losses, and so now we're rebuilding. The big thing to keep in mind is, while our colony numbers are going up, an important detail to keep in mind is just the fact that while our numbers are going up, we aren't really, like, our skills are nowhere near as high as other colonists were. Like, our shooting skill and our melee skills were nowhere near as high. So, we're closing the gap to the strength we had before, but we do have a lot more ways to go than the sheer numbers would imply. Because the numbers would imply only need like 2 or 3 more colonists and we're right back up to our previous strength. I think 2 colonists. But, the skill gap is significant. Because we had some of our people in our other one were at like 15 and 16 shooting. Was it unlucky? Too much wealth caused powerful attack? No, so I just misplayed it. I had one pawn who... The one pawn was unlucky and out of position, and I was trying to save them, and just did not plan any of what I was doing well. So like I just genuinely misplayed the whole thing because I kind of panicked trying to save the one who got caught out. Like the way to think of it is I had let's just say I had my defensive position up here with all my pawns at it. Then there's the ship with the one pacifist inside. And we'll say the Manhunter pack was here, and I had a hunter that was down here trying to meet up with the others. And so Manhunter pack was running interception. They weren't going to make it. And so I went to run down to give support. And just, once I did that, kind of everyone was out of position that they got overrun. Like, at the worst... Would you not break my crap? Crisis of belief. So, they have almost lost their way there. Stop breaking everything. Okay, at least it had remembered its settings. Oh, wait. Don't you require 8? Wait, who hit 8 construction? Wait, what? Oh, you can't grow anything, and you did cross that line. Alright, I mean, that's... I don't care who does it. That's good. Meanwhile, we can go here. You're making granite blocks, so structure, do this, granite. Make sure we go here to zone. Do not put the roof over that. Alright, so it'll take a little while for anything happens, but that's okay. That does mean I technically have someone with high enough construction to do that. Even if they're the person I'm trying to keep growing things, that's fine. Just keep doing your best. In the meantime, pause construction on the granite floor, so they use the granite down here instead. We've got raiders coming in down here and up there. Alright, mostly melee with one assault rifle to assist. And a mix. I'm gonna leave them alone. They might actually take that on. So we could probably put the hurt locker on them before they get too far. Okay, I was worried they're going to keep going farther. I'm like, could you not do that? So if we're lucky, those two will tangle with each other, and if not defeat each other, definitely soften each other up. Oh wait, you're coming out to me? Alright. Nice. Nicely done. Who got that shot? Server Lord, good job, man. You took the one and only one that had proper range, and you domed him on the first volley. Because all the rest of them are relatively short range. I was sitting there thinking, it's like, man, this is going to be them cover, no cover with me trying to back out because I'm out of position, but all you gotta do is land your shots. Okay, so you're not going to be able to do much here. Just let them go. Alright, bio. I don't need any more, like, depressive or any more, like, just bad mood forever traits. I got, like, 5 of those in the colony. Not really, I got, like, 3 of them in the colony, right? And that's already way too much. Okay. Then go and look at the wildlife. No dangerous animals, so just get back to it. Okay. Oh, hey. Oh, do your best to save them. You're not gonna have time to, like, run back. Just run up there, try and bandage them up as fast as you can. It's unlikely they'll join us. Nope. We tried to save them. It's fine. Okay, it's been about 30 seconds since the last event, so we'll definitely have to have another event. The good news is it's a very small number of shamblers, and we have assault rifles and a lot of them. So we literally have 1 assault rifle, 2 shambler, plus a unique revolver that is very accurate and spits fire. So ultimately, I'm feeling pretty good about this fight. Get you in front, just in case. Because while the hard snow penalizes the accuracy a bit, it's not that bad. Because we do want to keep, like, as much as possible we can afford to take on a fight. We want to do it, because every fight is a little bit more XP towards our shooting and our melee or whatever. And as much as we can level those up is going to help us a lot. Alright, in the other map we had an Ancient Danger we just didn't even bother with. I completely forgot it was there till just now. It's fine. And your construction's coming along well, so even though it's going to be Nexio has to make this because they're the only one high enough, Serverlord will pretty soon be able to build it themselves. We did get this built, so whenever I can afford to give up the power. More trees, because the trees are feeding well. Oh, you had a couple of tiles there that already had enough granite down there. That's fine. We got Hilda's Drifters. So we got 4 refugees. I'm probably not going to say no to this, but I'm going to wait to say yes to this. And the reason for that is right now with the volcanic winter, I can't plant anything. And we are hunting somewhat alright. But we're not really pulling in the amount of food to even sustain our own people. We're kind of just slowing the rate that our food attrition's down. And I would like to get to the point where we're starting to plant things again, hopefully. So we can see what happens there. If we do have them join, I will likely put them all on fishing and just make them murder the poor local fish population as aggressively as possible for purposes of keeping us fed. Medical emergency on you due to hypothermia again. I don't think you're gonna make it, man. You showed up with no clothing and it shows. Actually, hey. Force target to wear that, because you don't have pants, you've got the shirt and all that. And let's see. Because you already have a button-up shirt. We don't have a metal whore right now. It was, we were taking precautions because there were people who could have been a metal whore because we had just gotten them and hadn't kind of vetted the situation. Okay, let's take a look at our different people who are not our ideology and see who will be probably the easiest to convert. You're maxed out. You're maxed out. You have a slight reduction. You have a slight reduction. All right, so it looks like Kanahawk is going to be our target for conversion. So you're 11%, 22%, 22. All right, AFK is going to be our target because they'll be able to convince them faster. Okay, so you're starting to warm up. We got a legendary button-down shirt. That's fine. We're doing what we can. We're just in the range that the Gray Flesh event can happen. So when someone joins and they're like a potential doctor or cook and we don't need them, it's kind of worth letting them sit for a little while. Like, you know, part of a season or so and seeing if we get a Gray Flesh. And if we get Gray Flesh, we know who it is. But then if we don't get the Gray Flesh, then we can open it up for them. Getting pretty close to getting that 8. That's good and good. Starting to get crops down despite the volcanic winter. New recruit. Alright, thankfully. But for right now, I'm going to actually delete that prison area. So we're going to open the queue again. So we got our brand new recruit, who is psychically sensitive, nudist, and night owl. So let me go ahead and fix your schedule now before I forget to do so. So there's your sleep time, there's your recreation time, and get all the rest of this cleared up. As far as skills go, you're going to be another one who's going to be using guns. So tossing in the Nerve Spiker wouldn't be a terrible idea. It'd be the Nerve Spiker or the Sniper Rifle I would consider. And there's an argument to be made for either. The Nerve Spiker to keep CCing things again and again, to basically slow them down, which is, I'm just talking myself into it. The Sniper Rifle I tend to find a very situational gun. When you have, like, a mech hive that you want to just pop the explosives in the middle of it, the Sniper Rifle can be good. Breacher raids, the Sniper Rifle can be really good. Yeah, you can do doctoring. You've been here for a while. You've seen Grain Flesh by now. Don't cook. You could hunt. Okay, so you're now our construction person. So I can take you off of construction. Right as you're getting to that point, because you actually have a passion for it. So with that, Server Lord can help hunt. And then haul and clean next at no priority. Alright, honestly, so you have 2 social. The bulk trade's good. You've got 2 social. We probably wait for Kanahawk to convert, and then they'll make Kanahawk our leader. Nudist in winter, I mean, Nudist is one of those traits that I just ignored. They're wearing clothes. That's just how it's gonna be. Like, between the defensive properties and all these kind of stuff. Alright, so you're teetotalers. So we're gonna switch you over to the no drugs permission. And for the no drugs, they might say no drugs, but I'm sorry, you're still getting your penioxylin. And I forgot I actually have a colonist setting. So as far as doctors, the server lord should also carry medicine on them at all times. Once we have medicine, which we don't actually have right now. Okay, so that gives us another dedicated person to work on construction. Mandible is now also our artist as well. That'll eventually we'll want to change that, but right now I don't have any need or desire for that. Alright. So let that go for another couple minutes or whatever. Then we'll do the drawing. Is this bulk trades good? Okay, so what do we got? So we got Nutramine. Give me all that Nutramine. For the moment, I've got a bunch of trace amounts of leather. Let's get rid of those. Don't be enough to do anything. We'll get rid of the Go Juice. We'll get rid of the Sentient Catalyst. Take the Precision Rifling book. Ditch these worn out clothes. We'll get rid of the poker table and the billiard table. Actually getting a lot of gold. I usually want to hold on to the gold, though, because what happens is later on we get to the point of advanced components, and at that point we just want whatever they can give me. Okay, so where did the book go? All that indoors. Alright, let's go ahead and get you named. And that's going to be Luxray. I don't believe you've been in this colony yet. So let's go ahead and close that queue. You were in the last one for a while. Or not the last, like, you were in the mushroom one. You were in the mushroom one for a while. But I'm pretty sure this one you didn't make it in yet. That's just an archive. Luxray does get lucky on the draw. That is the thing with random. Random tends to be very fluky. It's one of the interesting phenomena that you run into. Is you'll have people be like, this is not random, it's terrible, because like you'll have the same result happen a bunch of times. It's like, well, no, that happens in random. You genuinely have the person who goes and they fight the boss and they get the same drop 10 times in a row. It's not what they want, and they're like, this is stupid, this randomization's terrible, but it's like, well, no, statistically speaking, if you have a bunch of people roll 10 dice, there are going to be those people who roll nothing but 6s and nothing but 1s. They'll be the minority, but it'll be a very small number. You'll have most people be somewhere in some level of distribution, but that is what ultimately random is. One of the possible random results is that literally you get the exact same result. Which is why in a lot of games you have weighted random to feel more random, despite literally being less random. So that goes into stuff that, as you do not get a result, it starts to tip the scale slightly in favor to the result you're not getting. So for like action RPGs, if you're killing the boss and you're not getting a certain item drop, the more times you kill that boss without getting that item drop, it kind of fudges the RNG more and more in your favor. So sometimes they'll straight up hard code it where after 10 attempts it will give you the item. And there's lots of that stuff that happens in games. Okay, and let's make sure there's nothing we care about on this map. I don't think there was. I'm not really worried about... Yeah, just checking for plasteel. Please don't social fight. We don't need that crap around here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to have you prioritize building that geothermal generator. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And you are mad due to no recent conquest. Get over it. I'm not going to be able to have you hammer it all out in one go, unfortunately. Between hunger and tired, you're going to get moody if we just go for it. But we're getting there. We just have to get the components and the steel there. Luxray is managing the last couple of blocks put in there. And then that'll be our geothermal online, so we can finally, after so long, turn the whole ship back on. Yeah, we're gonna have you jump back on it. This is where we start building it, immediately start botching it. Now granted, I have enough resources, we can botch it a bunch of times and be fine. Right. Okay, so deal with that tree. Alright, start turning all this crap back on after 10,000 years. Okay, so that's what we like to see, a fully powered ship. Oh hey, we actually have the Jade Reliquary. I forgot I started that. That means I should probably actually take the time to... Oh, food's still pretty bad. There's still volcanic winter. I would like to help these refugees. I'm just really not sure. Because it's 4 of them and they're staying for a whole season. And we're under volcanic winter. We'll see, we'll figure it out. The good news, Luxray is definitely getting the, definitely getting the XP knocked out for building stuff here. Alright, so convert. I'm gonna keep it on AFK for pizza. Cargo pods. A whole lot of drugs. temperatures are warming up, so we are getting stuff planted. So it's a matter of, with what little food we have and fishing, can I drag out our food long enough so that when we have the refugees arrive, we will have enough food for them? Probably can. This probably is doable. Alright. Refugees are on their way. They are all adults, so drop in your weapons because they can betray us. Look at the schedule, add recreation to the schedule so they don't get all moody. I'm down to let you help cook. Actually, you can help plant. Don't craft anything. Alright, so I just basically put a priority on a bunch of them to either grow or fish. The bandit lair. I don't care about that. We're gonna have them plant as much as they can. Your cotton, we've got this. Let's go down here. I want to shrink the zone. And we could set you to corn, which isn't a reasonable crop to grow here, but I'm doing it anyways. What do we got? We got you, we got the rice, we got cotton, we've got this. We'll want to go over here and say psychoid. It's really close to the edge of the map. This lake sucks. You are going to be heel root. And you are going to be... I'll say Devil Strand. I don't think you're going to get it done. Flash Storm. Yep, still mad about the lack of conquest. But little by little, we'll get everyone moved over. I've got 12 beds and 12 people. So I can't take anyone else on without getting any more beds or something like that. Not gonna happen, but we'll plant Double Strand as well. Basically, just stuff everything we can in the ground, and we'll just harvest what we're able. And we're rapidly depleting the animal population on the map. And Ibex self-tame, and Ibex realized what was up and was like, no man, I'll join you, please. Please, man, that's all I need. Yeah, we're down just basically making regular meals. We've run out of plants entirely. Till we start getting our rice harvest and everything. Alright. Yep, so everyone's doing their part to supplement the food. That should help tremendously. Because the animal population is rapidly depleting. But we don't actually need to keep them too long, because we just got to get a bunch of this. Once they finish building a bunch of stuff here, will be good. I still think it's really weird that cutting brick doesn't actually help with your crafting. That's always been a decision that I really didn't agree with. It's like, okay, the person's putting labor in. Yes, you could find stone chunks just about everywhere. But to be real, there's a lot of crafting you could do for relatively cheap and repetitive if you're just trying to gain the skill. It was a random one to be like, that's the one you're not doing that. Let's see. What are you missing now with all the new villagers? So, these ones aren't members of my colony. We don't have someone who actually wants to cook. We're just kind of filling that in. We also gotta see who survives the conversion process. Alright, so you don't bring much there. You are a slow learner but a cook. You are tough, so I wouldn't give, like, I'd be willing to take that. That one's a no. That one's a no. Yeah, so I'd consider Hudson joining. The others, no thanks. But yeah, no, looking at our work schedule, so we've got 2 people who have a passion for doctoring, so that's not too terrible. We need a cook. A cook we're hurting for. We could use a second growing person. Otherwise, we're mostly in okay shape. Yeah, so definitely say the cook, and then a second growing person would kind of be what we'd hope for. Cargo pods. Thank you for the fine meals. I appreciate the contribution there, Cassie. I don't know what you did that you feel like you owe me one to make me feel better, but I'm a little concerned about it. People are working really hard to get that done. That is a lot of money I'm doing there. That is not a smart move to make a big jade reliquary, but, you know, it's whatever. Yeah, so I guess what we'll probably do after that is if I don't have something like a unique weapon to chase or whatever, we can potentially start going after some of these, oh, that's sending 4 colonists away to do that. Alright, once the refugees are sorted, we can go after that. But basically, we can start going after one of our artifacts, so that we can have an artifact on our ship, just because. Strategically, it's not a thing I need, but it is a thing. Having it present does boost some moods and all that. Ultimately, what we could do is build a second reliquary up here. And then, if we make the hospital and all that, what I could potentially do then is have the hospital connect this area so it goes up and around. And that way we can have, you know, wherever our combat areas, maybe over on this side, connects directly to the hospital, that then feeds into the rest of the ship. And then I could just move this shelf, where, like, I mean, even just delete it, but move this shelf here for the production room. No, actually, yeah, because we can get rid of this door, move the shelf over there, put the door down here. This goes into the hospital connects to that stuff. Distant Shriek. How many times are you going to give me the waves of sight stealers? Very genuinely, I would like you to give me a different event. It's fine. The wave of sight stealers is not a particularly dangerous event, but also, I kind of would really like you to do something else. They're already here and server lords outside. Because of course. Didn't give me remotely enough time to bring people around. You four? You get to run outside and see what you can do, I guess. The server lord's about to get ambushed, because they're here somewhere. My hope is... we can give server lord some cover. Without this time way overextending ourselves. Oop, let's change that plan. You all get back inside. Server lord's just gonna have to manage, I guess. Okay, there's enough of... There's actually not that many of them, so we can... Okay, that's fine. Undraft you. You rescue server lord. You rescue that person. Where did server lord's weapon go? Underneath there. So you don't equip Hall. Oh, we need to allow it. Okay, all I'm just trying to do is just get this thing situated. Alright, give everyone a moment to get bandaged up. How badly server lord get shredded up? Pretty nasty injuries. We really want you on this, because you will do way faster job. Did I choose to strip you on accident? I did. Alright, so you're getting them all patched up. I'm just doing that way we don't have them freeze to death. Medical emergency on you. You're already being treated, so it's fine. Why did you die? Go juice addiction. Oh, so even though they still had some left, it must have knocked their consciousness too low. You know what? Honestly, get out of here, refugees. I tried. Okay, meanwhile, you go out there, finish those things off. Alright, we didn't get another shriek, so we should be in the clear. Okay, so that's one of the pawns converted. Okay, go get your assault rifle. So you're re-equipped for the next fight. Yeah, no, they had Go Juice Addiction, and Go Juice Addiction, when you're getting over it, the withdrawal, one of the main effects is a massive hit to your consciousness. So even though from a bleeding out aspect and all that, they had a lot of room before we had to worry, I didn't notice that their consciousness was crashing because of that. Alright. So we could do this one for compact weaponry. At the moment, while Persona Core is nice and all that, I don't care about that. But with the same kind of this one here, is I'm probably not going to attack that one. Realistically, if we're going to go attack something, we are playing a mod that, if you look at all the waster bases, there is a slowly increasing ring of pollution off of them. From what I understand, the idea is after 5 years, you're expected to most likely be dealing with the pollution on your map. And after about 15 in-game years, the entire map is basically jacked. So we're at 6 years, but we've been moving around, so it hasn't been too bad. But if we conquest the wasters, the area affected by that town will slowly recover. And so we are going to have to do a little bit of conquesting. That's going to be really hard to do until we at least have flak armor, just because wasters do tend to pack pretty decent weapons, between like rifles and all that kind of stuff. And so if we don't get some armor, the risk of getting one-tapped is very high. With the armor, the risk of getting one-tapped is still there, but like without it, you're just begging to lose someone on like just one stray bullet here and there. So one thing we could probably do is turn off that fire and deconstruct. Turn off this fire and deconstruct. And it's probably time to go over here and say temperature, heater in that corner. Probably put a heater here. And a heater. Well, that's where we're talking about moving the other thing. And a heater here. Actually, I can move the shelf right there now. Install a shelf, put it here. The temperature heater can go down there. And then these are rooms we're not going to stay in. Is the moving to a different area based on the base game or the mod? It is one of the DLC. It is the Odyssey DLC. Is all the spaceship stuff. So it's not a mod, but it's also not base game in the sense of, like, without any DLC. Odyssey was the most recent DLC that dropped last year, I believe it was. And then before that we had Anomaly, so like the spooky things that appear in the dark and all that attacked us, that would be Anomaly mod. Or not Anomaly mod, Anomaly DLC. Masterwork, clothing. We have almost depleted all animals on the map entirely. Defoliator ship. With no defenders. It's by itself. Okay. Oh, you're about to lose your mind, so you can go back. Gambler's approach. Wait your turn. Oh, it said mechs woke up, but then there's no mechs, but there's a momentary panic being like, what mechs? Alright, so we got 3 of those. So we're going to give people a chance to recoup a little bit. Then we're going to need to deal with that. When did they put it on the Switch? You remember with the PS4? Honestly, at this day and age, I would expect less support to be going to console from games like this. I know console is a preference for a lot of people and all that, but especially games that tend to be not dependent on, but like heavily driven by mods, console can end up being very limited. Okay, I'm going to accept this person, but they're probably going to be kicked out right away. So before we open up the queue... Okay, they did not get to stay. But it's just kind of the nature of it, and especially right now where there's being a lot more uncertainty around a lot of the consoles, which granted the Switch is one of the ones that I would say is better positioned. I think you're going to see a great deal of hesitancy from developers to invest the time in supporting consoles right now if consoles aren't their mainstay. You know, and it sucks. Like, for people who like to use the consoles, but it is the unfortunate reality, like, you know, PlayStation's going all digital, Xbox is actively a raging tire fire. You know, Nintendo's doing fine. Like, the cost of hardware is going up a ton, which is going to really undermine, you know, consoles. Like, don't get me wrong, it also affects PC as well. But, like, a person buying a computer for work that happens to be able to play a game is easier to justify than an extra piece of hardware to do gaming. You got the newish Star Fox. Yeah, I feel like in the console situation, Nintendo's always positioned them well. Like, don't get me wrong, they've had a couple consoles they've released that have been kind of bust at different points. I.e. the Virtual Boy. But, you know... generally speaking, at least on the games end, they've always done pretty well. Like, pretty much every one of their mobile solutions have done, exponentially well. There's so much moaning over the Steam Machine price, and people have yet to see what's going to happen with Xbox and PS5. They also use RAM. Well, and the worst thing is, like, people losing their crap over the Steam console's price. Like, genuinely look at the hardware in it. It's like, yeah, it's not a great price for that hardware, but considering the current market, it's about what I would expect to pay an overhead for a console version. It's just hardware's more expensive. Nintendo's doing fine. Aren't there barely any games to Switch to? I thought there was a bunch. Switch to games. Alright. There is not a good way to search for this. List. There is 1, 2... let me put it this way. The games for the Switch 2, the Wikipedia page on it, which is just basically one big grid, is somewhere in the area of 20 to 30 pages long. Now you might be like, no, what about Switch 2 exclusive games? And to me, exclusives are irrelevant. Let's see, Gamers Nexus did a comparable build to the Steam Machine. It was about $70 cheaper. Which $7 pre... Yeah, that was the thing, like, looking at the Steam Machine, I'm like, you know what, honestly, like, that's not a bad price. It's not a price I'm personally going to be willing to pay because I have a computer that can game just fine. But if you're just looking to have a pre-built machine, it's honestly not an unreasonable price considering the current market. Is it a reasonable price? No. But that's because the entire market's jacked up, which isn't really Valve or Steam's doing, and it's not like they're going to sit there and take a loss to sell you a game. Or a console, because that's actually the way it used to be, is back in the day, is they would, you would buy the console from whatever company was selling it, and they would basically sell it at, like, the actual device at a loss, knowing that you're going to be trapped in there with their exclusives and all that, and you'd pay the premium on that for the exclusives. But, like, that whole market has flipped itself over a dozen times by now. Does anyone count any of the ones from the previous Nintendo generations? Yeah, I mean, that's a whole thing. Like, I don't know how many, like, Switch 2 only games there are. I honestly don't care, to be entirely honest, because I just don't care. I don't really have a second part. Like, I'm not someone who's been one to buy console systems. Like, when I was a kid and that, but like around my teenage years, I got into PC gaming and I only got so much money I could throw at games. I'd rather spend the money on the games than the hardware to play them. So far as, like, you know, I have a computer, it's got good equipment in it and everything. I don't want to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox or a Switch or whatever just to be able to do that. The argument I can see is, like, the Switch, because of the mobile end of it, and the like the Steam Deck, I could see the argument for, and I've certainly debated those at different times. But then I look back to me with the, like, Nintendo DS, which you know, my older brother went to, like, whatever the newer version was and all that, and gave me his old one. And I kind of looked at it as, like, you know what, I've just basically not played it. I played it, like, a couple of times, and then I never messed with it again. Heard some Switch games barely run on Switch, only run properly a thing. So, let me put it this way, though, Atan. You're saying, I hear, which sounds rumor mill. If we have people with first-hand experience saying they don't run as well, sure. But, like, it just sounds like we're just trying to dump on consoles right now. Like, don't get me wrong, I have my preference for PC and all that, but I also don't see a negative with consoles. It's right now, I think we're gonna have all a rude awakening on hardware prices, that the console prices are gonna be way up, PC part prices are way up, certainly, and it's just gonna impact everything. So I do think the next gen of consoles is gonna be a hard sell for a lot of people because of the price, but that has nothing to do with, like, any decisions that, you know, Sony or anyone else has made. That's just, right now, thanks to AI, prices are in the moon. So, that's just the consequence. Could you stop breaking everything in the room? It's all these ideologies that we've got everything that we're fixing it now. We finally able to get a moral guide again. But they all want me to conquest and, you know, enslave people and cannibal and all this other garbage. Which I'm not doing because it'll piss off everyone else in the group. So we're just kind of enduring it until we get people converted. Like, and this isn't to say we can't talk about things. It just, you know, when we sit there and say, I heard, you know, it's grain of salt. Let's see, Project Dusk, which is a recent thing, is a beauty blend of Nintendo and PC tech. I don't know what that is, actually. But again, part of it for me is I just don't keep up with console stuff. It is one thing I run into when I'm playing games like Farming Simulator. People are like, how does this run in console? It's like, I don't know. I don't have one of them. Twilight Princess on the PC? Gotcha. And have you had... Alright, so you finally had the last of your negatives from the combat drop off. So now it's just dealing with the negatives due to all the ideology stuff. Because personally, one of the things that comes up for me is when I think of consoles, my brain goes to the exclusives. And I remember as a whole thing, especially like in high school and college for me, you know, that was where we had the memes about the Xbox versus PlayStation and the console wars. And, you know, are you a PlayStation, you know, supporter? Are you an Xbox supporter? Like, which team are you on? And like, it's a whole big weird thing for a minute. And my brain is like, this is stupid. Because it means to play the games I want, I have to buy multiple systems. So for me, like, I was on the PC end of things at that point. But, like, you know, people don't have the money to buy all that stuff. Not most people. So you'd have to choose one or the other. And it is kind of one of those things that, with all that, it's like, okay, well, if the idea I had is, if a game I want to play is on is an exclusive to a piece of hardware that I don't own, it's not a game I'm interested in. Because you don't know the AI boom is entirely to blame. There's an interesting looking class action suit against Samsung, Inks, and Micron, accusing them of price fixing NAND. And at the same time, yes, the price will keep going up. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. The RAM companies historically basically got in trouble for effectively having a cartel at one point. And this is going back a while. Like, that's not a recent thing. And, you know, they had, you know, legal stuff had been done to, like, knock it down and all that kind of stuff. I think that happened in South Korea, they went after that. And to a certain extent, there is that going on as well. But it's kind of one of those things where, okay, if it was strictly RAM price, sure, and RAM's the one you hear about, but hard drives and a whole lot of other stuff are also being impacted, even unrelated to RAM. Like, processors are being impacted and all sorts of stuff. RAM is obviously, like, the extreme outlier, and so I do think it is a little bit of A and B. But, yeah. Ultimately, as Lil's article in the last couple of days, they collectively control 90% of the market. Yep. I'm not saying they're not being cagey and effectively price-fixing and all that, and then using AI as an excuse. Yeah, but we're talking also, like, processors and all that. Like, you have a whole range of things in computers are going up in price that do not depend on RAM as well. RAM is the one we hear the most about because it's the most extreme outlier, but still. Any electronic needs RAM until developers start optimizing to fit their games and less RAM. Well, you'll still need RAM. You're super spoiled as a kid and your parents would buy you the new consoles for Christmas. Already able to play all the exclusives. Looking back, I'm very appreciative of that. Yeah, for me and my brothers, our parents got us the Nintendo. The Super Nintendo, we had allowance and we saved up and got it. We did end up with most of the systems, but like, because the first couple ones is like the one we were given, the second one was allowance, and by the time we got to like N64 and that kind of stuff, at that point we were able to make money, you know, outside of allowance to afford them. So, you know, we were pooling resources, buying them ourselves, or individually buying themselves. Because, like, in the household between me and my two brothers, we did have most of the system. We didn't get the later PlayStation, we just got PlayStation 1. My older brother may have gotten a later PlayStation, but to give you an idea how little I cared about it, I'm actually not sure if we did own it or not. We might have had a PlayStation 2. I honestly can't answer that off the top of my head. I remember we had the first one. But yeah, no, our parents didn't buy them. We, like, by that point we were teenagers, got our own jobs. Yeah, no, the PlayStation 2 was I think the one that stood out the most with PlayStations. Just like the Xbox 360 was one of the stronger Xboxes, so far as, like, being memorable and all that. But yeah, no, like, there's often when you're running into any type of shortage, there's like the legitimate side of shortage that prices go up from. And then there's also, because companies can get away with it while that's going up, they'll jack the price up even more. And the prices don't come back down. Not unless legislation intervenes forcing it or something like that, which is pretty rare. That's usually only when there's been like some really egregious stuff and you can, you know, find the smoking gun of the email chain of, you know, this company colluding with that other company and whatever to do so, that it's no longer hearsay or, you know, the actions point towards it, but you can deliberately see that there was intent. It's about the only times you see these things get sorted out. But that's almost never. Let's see, you're also been stressed lately, and your streams mean a lot. Thanks, man. No problem. I know a lot of people are going through a lot, and it is the thing that I'm thankful that I can be here to, like, you know, help people find a place to relax, to wind down, you know, get their head back together, whatever it means. Stuff. So normally competition should intervene to bring prices down. When complex industry, it's easy to sabotage competition. That is a thing as well, Otan, but there's a problem with a lot of industries that simply getting started is such an incredible investment of like just a lot of capital that it's very hard for people to break in to begin with. Because you do have, for example, the telcos. There's definitely times that sabotage does happen in that area, but also trying to set up a telco requires a lot of money. And I'm not talking like your local, I'm doing the last mile of the phone line telco, but like an actual, hey, we're going to deploy, you know, something at some kind of scale that it's actually useful. You're talking a huge upfront investment. Setting up an ISP, for example, takes a huge upfront investment. And that's actually one of the sabotages we have here in Florida is, yeah, I was going with that, was the legislation used to sabotage, is that because of how much consumers were getting raked over the coals by a bunch of the ISPs so far as just nickel and dimed to an extreme, that a bunch of cities wanted to set up a municipal ISP because they felt it was in the best interest of their local economy to not be, you know, getting absolutely screwed by these ISPs being particularly awful. And yeah, it was just one of those things that like you looked into and you're like, oh, but you have to demonstrate that you can take the ISP from its starting costs to being profitable within 5 years. But because of how much you must invest on the upfront just to get it off the ground, that's not a realistic outcome. You are putting a ton of upfront money that you then need to earn back. And yeah, it also requires its own set of wires, which is the problem in some countries, where there's dozens of power lines running into each building. Some working, some not, and no one knows who owns what. Yeah. So I'm going to lean towards Brawler on AFK for Pizza. And the reason, like, even though they've been using the gun, because they do have a passion for melee, they have a Yatkin, which has a predisposition towards melee, and then the Brawler will make him better at that. Fast Learner is probably the better overall trait for us, but with a very limited number of passions we've got going on here, I think taking advantage of the Yatkin's predisposition to smashing people in the face is going to be our better choice. So I'm going to go ahead and have you drop your gun so you don't get whiny about it. Luxray is going to pick up your gun. And then we are going to need to get you a melee weapon. We don't have much good here, but we do have this poor quality Equa, and that's what you're going to live with for a minute. Now, the catch here is, right now they're still lower HP because they're a child, so we do not want them to melee in any situation that isn't absolutely safe, which is almost none. The throughput and infrastructure is a problem for so many industries. Amtrak has to give away to rail freight in almost all rail to save the thing for the Northwest Corridor. Yeah, no, it's definitely, there's a lot of things there. You're attempting to do Fallout 4 survival mode plus Horizons mod. I mean, cool for you. I don't know those mods or have any use, so I have no context to any of it. I know what the survival mode is, but you know, I'm glad you enjoy it. But yeah, so like, don't get me wrong, but like there is industry espionage, that kind of thing that happens, and yeah, one of the angles a lot of companies do take is through legislation to put up laws that make it, you know, very pull up the ladder behind me, make it harder for a new company to enter in the same space. And quite often they will use the excuse of making it better for consumers as the hammer they use to drive that legislation, even though when you look at it, it's not better for consumers. So that absolutely does happen. I would say the ISPs are the particularly nastiest one for that one. ISP/telco, because they're a lot of times the same company. They're very notorious for passing a bunch of legislations that ISPs need to do this, that, or otherwise, with the express purpose of, you know, making it harder for a new company to break in. Because the overhead for them is so little that they don't really care. Safety too? Yeah, I mean, that still boils down to legislation. The Horizon mod and the functions, I still have no context, Darth. Like I said, I'm glad you enjoy it, but I know you like to bring up random mods, and it's just like, I don't run those mods, I probably won't run those mods, so it's just something I don't know about or whatever. Yeah, safety can be, well, I mean, look at half of, like, the really invasive things they're doing right now. It's to, you know, protect the children, to help the children. It's a safety argument that, you know, children might be exposed to naughty things on the internet. Gotta go and have everyone have to ID themselves, even though studies have shown by requiring de-anonymizing people on the internet actually tends to make the internet less safe because more people move to less legitimate websites and yada yada. But that's a whole separate thing. That's the thing with, like, that. Your resident mod dealer on the corner room? You're not the only one who does mods. It's just, you know, it's kind of a thing, like, not trying to say don't talk about it or anything, because we want people to be able to talk about a bunch of different games, but when you're bringing up a random mod for a game I'm not playing and everything else, it's like, okay, I don't know what to say. Cool, that's about all I can offer you. It's like, cool, I hope you're having fun. It's not something I'm probably going to mess with. It's not something relevant to what we're doing. Like, again, I don't want to discourage, you know, conversation about other games, because I'm absolutely down to talk about other games while we're playing. We spend a lot of time talking about games that we're not actively playing. That's totally fine. But, you know, whether it's Medieval Dynasty or Fallout 4 or, you know, Skyrim, it's like, okay, I don't know. Sure, I hope you're having fun with your mod. Alright. And there's basically no more wildlife here, but we are getting to the point that the rice is going to be done anytime now. I really wish this volcanic winter would piss off so we can get these things to grow a bit faster. Yeah, no, exactly. It's the lack of context. It's not really aligned with what's going on. It's not what was being discussed. It's not something we played on the channel basically almost ever. We did do like 1 or 2 streams of Fallout 4 that are relatively short. It's one of those games that didn't perform particularly well on the channel. It's just outside my normal content too much. Good games, very much great games. I played through Fallout 4 entirely before streaming and very much enjoyed it. The mods, all that stuff. Or not the mods, sorry, the DLC. I never actually did mod Fallout 4. But, you know. Was the main thing you wanted to try a survival mode in Fallout 4? How much you have effectively able to carry your personal weapons and ammo, medical stuff, that kind of stuff? Yeah. No, and we, I don't remember if we did the survival mode of Fallout 4 on stream, or if it was just regular. I've done the survival modes. I like them. They're interesting. I would say they definitely fall under the, like, not survival light, but, game with survival mechanics bolted on kind of thing. they're decent, but like the survival aspect of it's kind of just okay. But that's pretty typical of a game. If it's not survival is the core point of the whole game, that usually that's kind of how the survival mode is. It's like, it's okay, it adds something to the game, but either it gets to be very, very grindy and tedious, or it becomes something you can just solve, and it becomes kind of a nothing burger. Where like games have done a really good job where like survival is the core of the game, like The Long Dark does a very, very significant job of making it so like you have to make decisions around it. Alright. But so your drink for your canteen is now stuck in your head whenever you play Fallout New Vegas? Yeah. The campsite mod would complement it well? I don't know the campsite mod. You just think you're chilling but exposed to nasty stuff forever. Doesn't seem like much of an issue, and then the supposed harm is not real. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, there is negative that can happen, that you can expose people to stuff that... It's not like, oh no, you saw a boobie, and now you're ruined as a kid or anything like that. But there is stuff, like, especially dealing with, like, impressionable people, like having kids, you know, get kind of groomed on different platforms. Like, that is a thing that happened, and we shouldn't ignore that. But at the same time, the de-anonymizing isn't also very effective against dealing with that. That gets into, you know, requiring basic moderation on platforms, these kind of things. Which I know that ends up being a hot topic in itself. Where people's like, no, it's the freedom of speech, and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, okay, well, you just told that kid to off someone. I feel like there's certain things that are like, nah, man, doesn't matter. You don't get to talk like that. If I can't, like, you're not allowed to go into a movie theater and yell fire or yell gun or yell bomb without potentially risking yourself in serious trouble for a good reason. Just the same, I feel like deliberately giving people harmful stuff and all that. And we're not talking about like, no, I think this is harmful. We're talking like, no, you're telling the person to load a gun and take it to their head. I definitely feel there should be liabilities around that. Like with the ChatGPT and all that kind of stuff where they're doing that and it's helping people do self-harm and all. It's like, no. I personally think ChatGPT should be held liable when that happens. You'll actually get more effort into solving those problems. But right now, you can kind of hand wave. But we can move the topic on. We don't need everything to be just negative start to finish. Why are the power flickering? You had 3,600. Oh, I see what happened. When I pulled up the fence, I ripped up the wire too. You like how phonetically ChatGPT translate in French to cat I farted? Interesting. But yeah, no, I definitely am not a fan of the move fast and break stuff mentality that we've had in tech forever. This is from me coming from the tech angle. The number of times it's like, this is something we need to take the time to figure out. We don't have the time. It's like, why? It's not new, like in a lot of cases, it's not actually new tech. And if it is new tech, we probably should figure out what we can do. Because one of the things you kind of get taught is whenever like a new technology is coming out, you can kind of go, what is the most, like, what is something that is the most, like, outlandish thing I can come up with negative that this thing can do? What is, like, the most extreme good thing I can come up with this to do? Have both of those in mind. Both of those, to some degree, will occur. And now what I need to do is I need to put all the effort into trying to make the good thing happen and trying to mitigate the bad thing. And sometimes the bad thing's bad enough you go, you know what? We're not doing it. It's not worth it. Because you can't sell your grift if people don't know it's a grift and it needs to be sold now. Yeah, no, I mean, there's that with like the tech buzzwords. We have that conversation a lot where just the normal tech buzzword cycle and all that. And AI is a tech buzzword. There is some tech in AI that actually has value, but like the vast majority of is being overhyped, oversold, will never amount to the scale of things that is being proposed. They do have their places that they'll have their niches that they'll shine. Like a lot of stuff like accessibility. And the other problem is when you're discussing AI, the deliberate fuzziness of the term. There's been the marketing by LLMs and all that to muddy your ability to have conversations around it. So in this case, I'm talking like Gen AI. But like there is places like in accessibility it can be used where it's unrealistic to have a human being involved doing the accessibility functioning in that moment. So like, you know, live performance translating text kind of thing. But that's just not what it's used for, not broadly speaking. And then eventually people realize the promised money is not going to show up there, and then the floor will drop, and we'll see what it actually ends up on the other side. Just like NFTs, just like crypto, just like blockchain. I would definitely say the AI Gen AI is more in line with like machine learning, that there are use cases for it. Fairly niche, but they do exist. I don't think it'll be at the same scale. I think machine learning is a much larger scale value than Gen AI. But it will be one of those things that when the floor drops, the ramming it and everything will finally calm down. With standards like that, you'd have to have the entirety of commerce halted simply because oil. You're asking for it to be good. I don't know what you're saying there. See, if any technology has an economic value, someone will do it, and some country will allow it. When that is the case, it's better to experiment and be able to develop mitigation solution. Right, you're asking for it to be God. I don't... Like, just having a technology... Sorry, I'm at a loss with what you're saying, because, like, what I'm saying is that when you have the good and the bad, it doesn't mean you don't move forward. You can have a technology that does bad things move forward. It's just you need to do so with intent, being like, hey, we recognize this is a negative thing that can happen. Here are the steps we are taking to try to mitigate that. Versus, like, so much happens with, like, these tech buzzwords where they just slam it into everything. Oh no, I'm not complaining it's not good enough. Like, the quality isn't good enough. That's not actually what I'm complaining at all. I'm complaining that people aren't considering the harm they can do and putting any effort into preventing that harm on a real level. And then on top of that, you're also going, like, in a lot of cases with the LLMs and all that, you go, what is the actual value you are creating? And all that. And a lot of times you go, you know, I can get less accurate results with more effort to try and get those results. And all that. Like, look at a search engine use case for... That's not generative AI. Well, I mean, it is generative AI, and like, it's scraping a bunch of stuff, mashing it together. And you look at that, and quite often, you get less accurate results. You search for them, and you have this big box that gets in the way that doesn't even answer your question 90% of the time. And what it does, it hallucinates. Like, what value is that providing? But I do personally think there should be a liability when you provide bad information that hurts people. Alright. Like, if you build a car and the brakes just come undone while you're driving, and that's just a normal thing that happens, the company should be liable for that car. Like, liable for the injuries sustained. If I'm a doctor, and I tell people that they need to take cyanide pills to feel better, and they die, I should be sued for that. That is the correct response to that. Fine man hunting rhinoceroses would not be that bad with the number of assault rifles we got going on. But because it's tech, we give it a pass. How they implement the safety on their end's their decision. Because it's also different from a search engine where I can go hunting through the abyss of the internet and locate bad information. That's different. This is a curated thing that it's providing me that information. Okay. So I don't really need the Persona Core. The Mega Screen Television would be fun for the memes. Powering it's going to be a little hard. And good luck shoving it in there right now. I don't care about the reinforced barrels or the honor right now. So I'm leaning towards this one. It'd be 20 hours, we get 5 Rhinoceros. We are overcast, so we shouldn't be looking at any meaningful accuracy penalty. But the one issue is most of the new technology is learned about the most people from advertisements, which rarely warn the risks. I mean, right, but that's kind of the purpose of advertisements. Like, that's not even getting to how you market it. Like, you don't expect everyone to, like, go through and be like, we have this product, here is where it has its inaccuracies and blah blah blah. Like, I don't expect all that. I'm just gonna get rid of that. But, like, I don't expect all that. But it's simply, like, you know, very genuinely, if your product in itself is doing harm, there should be a lot amount of liability around that. And it is fun when the companies do try to protect themselves from the liability with AI, where it's pretty much like, you know, here is your search results. Do not trust your search results. Do not use them for any information. Do not whatever. These cannot be right. Like they do the whole thing where they're protecting themselves legally. It's like, okay, so you're telling me I have these search results and I shouldn't trust them. They're not like, they could be bad in so many ways and I shouldn't use them at all. It's like, so you're pretty much telling me your product is useless while also telling me to use your product. And it's just one of those things that gets wild sometimes in the consideration. But shouldn't you never try to search results? Right, but again, there's a difference between I'm searching through and then I go to different sources and I go, I don't think I trust that source. And then having, you know, Google or whatever have, like, this is our curated whatever, we are giving you our specific answer. Because at that point, it's not Google providing me some index of random sources that who knows the trustworthiness of it. Google itself is the source. I could point at this and said, Google told me that. Yeah, our guessing machine is inaccurate. Results may vary. Yeah, no, it's funny. It's funny watching that because you see their whole, like, label on there, and it completely undermines the supposed value of what they're offering you by basically being like, don't trust this, don't anything this. But also, no, really look up your medical advice on here. That's the one that makes me laugh when it was like, Google is trying to do like a WebMD with their AI and everything. And it's like, oh no. And then there was an AI company who was trying to move into like a legal AI thing where you could go and take your cases as a lawyer. Stop moving this around so I don't keep misclicking. That you could, you know, go to it and consult to it to help you with your legal stuff as an attorney. And then all the number of attorneys who have just gone into ChatGPT to do their research for like whatever court cases and then go in there and find out it's citing court cases that just don't exist. Which I personally 100% agree and believe in when the judge turns around and be like, this is like legal malpractice, and then, you know, pushes them towards to potentially being disbarred or, you know, contempt of court or whatever's appropriate for the action. I very much appreciate with that when that happens. That are like, no, man. You're being paid a lot of money to do your job. So you should never trust search results as results for of your searching. Then you look at the sources, evaluate those, then check their claims against other sources you've determined to be good. This is how academic research thing. Right. But at the same time, like, if I'm someone who thinks Google is reputable and all that, because again, it's a little different when you have just, again, like, Google providing a whole list of things. Like, if I put up a search page that told people to eat cyanide, there is a lot of countries I could be held liable if someone searched that and then did it and, you know, and died from it, because that's what happens. Like, there is a liability I can have there. But Google's kind of like, and I'm just using Google, it's like any of these search engines. You know, they can sit there and be like, oh, well, I just provided other people's information. I can't be held accountable. And I'm actually okay with that. I think that's reasonable saying, hey, I just provide the index. Like, the person you need to hold accountable is the person on the other side. That's completely fair, in my opinion. But the moment they do the AI thing, that's no longer a separate source. Google is now the first-party source on that one. And you really probably should know what you are telling people. Let's see, if nothing is done about the problem, advertisements are always going to be the first and foremost, sometimes only information general public gets. Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with that part of it. Like, you have... And this is the thing that hits the investors more than anything, is you have a lot of investors basically get roped into these tech buzzword things, where they get told that the new technology will move the sun and moon and stars, and it's going to be the next big revolution, and, oh man, if you don't get on the train, you're going to miss it, and all that kind of stuff. And they get taken for a ride and okey-doke to most of the time. Like, the ones who jump in later. And I do actually think there should be rules around that as well. But that's a much harder thing to tackle, because where do you draw a line between this is what we think is going to happen and this is what does happen, and was there intent of misleading? Because if there was intent of being misleading, then you have something legally actionable in a lot of places. Whereas if you truly believe this is going to be the next big thing and it didn't work out, well, that probably shouldn't be legally actionable. You know, pursuing an idea and it doesn't work out as expected, that's just how things happen. As you've seen quite a few AI search veterinary science. Some of it is good, some is bad. But you think the problem with most AI is that they're too general when it does the data set? It needs to be trained at very specific things. Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of one of the big things. Like, you look at a lot of stuff, like, so before we had, like, the Gen AI and the AI search results and all that kind of stuff, we had the machine learning stuff with stuff like Watson. And that there was deployments for medical purposes where it was trained specifically on medical data and all that kind of stuff, or in CNC machines and manufacturing plants and all that, where they would just fill up these CNC machines with tons and tons and tons of sensors and have it just comb over looking for patterns that said, okay, we're trying to reduce the number of failures. We've observed this pattern on these sensors right before this failure happened, so when we see this, you know, set of patterns, you shut off the machine and investigate this thing that is the failure point. Let's see. But even being just done undergrad essay, it promotes the paper as the... Alright, if you're researching white papers for scientific study, you roll through journals. However, you may hit one journal that used hallucinated AI information. Now the white paper is tainted, and you really don't have the time to research that. Yeah. But even though you've just done an undergrad essay, it promotes the paper as the standard. It forces you to be skeptical even on the base accepted principles, and you hate it. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Alright, so we got a lot of squirrels. So I need to remember our people do not have high shooting skills. Because normally by this point, my people are rocking 10 plus shooting skills, and we would shred this many squirrels pretty easily. But looking at, like, what we've got here, 9, I mean, that's mixed bag, because it's going to be 5 people with guns. AFK needs to stay out of this. They're just going to die. I think for right now, we duck into the ship. No one's badly out of position? No, we're okay. Because I also don't have a good angle to shoot at them as they approach when be able to get back in here. Well, actually, do we? Alright. Because I'm worried about having a mood break and someone opening the door on me. Let's see, trusting Google is fine if you understand what Google does, which is give you popular results. It doesn't give good or true results, and the popular results could be popular because they're funny and all that. Right, but one of the challenges is that how Google is marketed. Because broadly speaking, Google's going to tell you that Google gives you good results that you can count on. which is a separate issue. You know someone who had the balls to submit a PR with AI slop? That's literally the equivalent of obfuscated code. Needless to say, I was not happy. Yeah. Alright, so we're probably gonna start hitting the door. I probably shouldn't have done it this way, but we did do it this way. So you now drop back. Everyone get in the ship. You just got Spotify on your PS5. You're gonna start using it with your personal hard country and hard rock heavy metal. Okay, that's cool. But a lot of those who jump in early got rich on Bitcoin took off. Your Bitcoin could have jumped into that early. I mean, but that's the way. So a lot of your tech buzzworks. That's usually the way it works. Is the very first people there, they get in, they make their money, then they get back out. Like it's not a pyramid scheme. It's nothing like that. But it is one of those things that they're kind of wildly overstated what they're gonna make. And people jump in on the investment, and then you get people out of there. You also have a lot of, like, you know, smaller indie tech companies, or not indie, you'll get like a smaller tech companies, knowing there really isn't a future in whatever the technology is, and what they'll do is they'll produce some product, it's got the buzzword in it, a whole bunch of people want to invest money in it, and then before the foot drops, they exit. You know, they milk it for their salaries and all that kind of stuff. And then they just basically get the heck out of Dodge. I've seen quite a few resumes that are AI generated, and they still have the classic, is there anything else you wanted me to add? And I'm like, you cannot, in the vet field, have a lack of attention to detail. Yeah. Well, and I do, low-key, I do like when both companies and potential hires kind of out themselves in that manner, where they just use generative AI, they spit out a thing without verifying any of it. And then when you look over it and you see that it's just generative AI that's poorly done, you just know to go ahead and just drop the resume in the garbage. Or for that matter, when it's going through the hiring process at a company, you know to not bother pursuing that job anymore. Like they're just, you know, they just don't give a crap. I do appreciate when companies in that out themselves in that manner. Yeah, no, that's SEO, search engine optimization, has definitely been one of those things that it sucks. It was an inevitability. The moment there was a way to make a bunch of money by helping nudge yourself up in the search results, you know people were going to figure out how to game that. I am so tired of you throwing a tantrum all the time, Willieson. I have got to get... You're actually one of the ones who is converted. Why are you ravenously hungry? There's food everywhere, man. Just eat. The intense pain is whatever. Oh, food poisoning. That's fair. Never mind. Food poisoning will do it. A meeting. Peace talks nearby. Probably not. You're currently looking for work and you can't believe you're up against job description and AI generation nonsense. You're volunteering at your, for your partner's vet hospital in the meantime. Yeah. Well, that's kind of one of the real bummers of the whole AI wave, both with the companies doing the hiring process and people applying, you know, using generative AI. You kind of shotgun out all these, like, crap things. And the unfortunate reality is, you know, legitimately decent people get lost in the noise. It's just too hard to spot them in the middle of it all. And so it's like, okay, because using generative AI or whatever, you can shotgun out a bunch of resumes to a whole large area and just kind of inundate the people on the hiring end who are trying to avoid it as well. So you personally made your own back in high school, albeit template? Albeit off a template? Yeah. No, that was a thing, like, I remember doing. It's also one of those things that, like, resumes have changed since I went to school, because it used to be you got your cover letter, you did your resume, you made sure to have your 3 good references and all that kind of things. And nowadays everything has been moved over from that. You know, you kind of moved over from all that kind of stuff you would go to apply to a job, they would take you to some website, you fill out some electronic form. There's no cover letter, maybe not, they let you attach a resume, and you just hit send, and it would do electronic screening where if like you didn't say the right words or you said the wrong words, you know, you accidentally mentioned union in any of your notes in the bottom, and your resume goes straight in the garbage. And it's just kind of one of those things. What generative AI can't do is submit an application in person? Sure. You just print out a generative AI application, then you hand it out in person. That doesn't change anything about the scenario. I mean, I definitely remember going to a job that the company I worked for was doing R&D for like weapons research and all that kind of stuff. And in our employee handbook, it said we weren't allowed to talk about guns or weapons or whatever because they just copied someone else's work. Which made for a very fun conversation and be like, all right, I have to ask an honest question. Like, my job was IT, so I didn't technically need to discuss the weapons or anything like that. But it's like, okay, but this is your employee thing that the engineers do. How exactly do they do their job without discussing the thing they're doing their job about? And it was just, you know, you kind of caught them where they just copied someone else's employee manual or whatever and just, you know, find, replace, put their company name in. That crap happens all the time. But you can't spam that to 10,000 applications. It's true. But at the same time, do we really want to go back to the situation where everyone has to walk to the business and hand them their application in person? Because low-key, the companies also use generative AI and all these automatic kind of stuff. And so what's going to happen there is you're going to show up with your paper application, and they're going to tell you to go back to their website and fill out their form so they can just run a machine learning thing against it that, you know, looks for application that looks like for people that they've hired in the past and just dumps your thing out if it doesn't match that criteria. Like, all that crap's automated, which in a lot of ways is a really, you know, really not a good thing. It shows genuine willingness. That's cool, Otan, and maybe where you're at's different, but here, if I walk into a business and I try to, like, give them my resume or application nowadays, the vast majority of the time you're going to be redirected to go online. Like, the days of walking in and being like, I'd love to talk to the manager, I'd love to work here. Like, that's how my early career started, but that's not how it works anymore. Like, you might find some, like, mom and pop shop that does that, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with a mom and pop shop. But, like, if you're, you know, like, I'm in software development, I'm not getting a job at Amazon or Google or any of these kind of places, or doing a software development who's got a senior role and all that kind of stuff. It's just not how hiring works anymore. It hasn't worked that way in 10, 15, 20 years. And I say this as when I started, you could still do that. Yeah, have your AI talk to my AI. It's a lot of what's going on. It's also telling in an interview when you're asked about your resume, and you can't remember what it says because you didn't write it. Yep. Speaking of jobs, you dropped by your nearby Goodwill. You 100% put an application for. Apparently, they aren't hiring. So, where do I even submit the essay? Or the, even submit? This wasn't even Indeed either. It was, like, their main website. You drop by your nearby Goodwill, you 100% put a job application for, and apparently they aren't hiring. Yeah, I mean, well, this is a totally separate issue. It's usually used in more of the corporate side of things. You have companies will list jobs that they have no openings for or anything, that they're not intending on hiring, and part of that's to mollify the teams, being like, oh, we've got the job listed there, we're just not finding people, so we're just gonna need you to keep covering that. And there's that thing. You also have companies who will keep the job listing up there, that way if an opening shows up, they've already got people in the pipeline to just be like, all right, well, Jamie just quit, got a better job, so we need someone to take over Jamie's spot. Who do we have in the pipeline? And it's kind of a crap thing, because obviously it's presented as a job opening on, like, Indeed or wherever you're applying or whatever. And the job's not real. It's not there. The job exists as a thing, but it's not actively being hired for. there was, I think it was in California, there was talks about, you know, it was at the same time they were basically putting laws in place to require companies to list what the expected salary range is. I was under the impression they were also pushing, I don't think the second one happened, they were pushing that you couldn't have, like, phantom jobs that, like, you know, you put it up, but you had no intention of filling it. Now, granted, you know, you've got no way to prove that. There's, like, the enforceability doesn't exist unless they, you know, again, get that email saying, oh yeah, we have that up there, but we're not going to hire for it. Unless someone explicitly says that, it's nearly impossible to prove. But see, a friend ran into that where the company was taking applications just to judge interest in the position in order to set their salary. Oh yeah, and there's lots of reasons. A lot of it is data collection. And it is a thing that sucks that when you're trying to look for work, you can't always tell, like, what's the data collection post that there's no real job on the other side versus the legitimate post. Okay, now I'm competing with, you know, 100,000 bots blasting this thing. It's a mess. And to be clear, it's also a mess on the company side. Like, the companies are trying to figure out what the hell to do with this as well. Like, everyone is being negatively impacted by it. Like, it does affect both the applicant and the applicantee, the hiring side, whatever. Like, there is a lot of pain on both ends of it. But it's also like, how do you put the genie back in the bottle? You don't. So we got to come up with new processes. So I don't have an answer for that. It's also not my area of expertise. Well, I mean, that's just it. We're getting automated on both sides of the thing. Hey, Yukifer! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Were you doing more Minecraft today, or what do we got going on? Can we get a shout out for Yukifer, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does play similar games to what we got playing here. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Oh, doing Mecha Chameleon. Fun. Yeah, I did that with Snoot the other day on Snoot was doing their partnerversary stream. Did not realize they were doing their partnerversary stream until they actually started their stream. It was just like, let's get people together and do Mecha Chameleon. And like at the time I was like, I don't think I'm going to make it at all, because I had just had a tree fall over at that point. You know, and I managed to sneak in and get like 3 or 4 rounds in. Which the tree is gone and sorted. Let's see, you did a loft with Soulspire, then switch up to Mecha Chameleon. Gotcha! A loft? Did I play a loft? I know a loft is one of the ones where you're hopping between a bunch of islands. I just can't remember if I played that one. There's been about 3 games of that same style. I think I played a loft. Oh, wait. Stop. You are not getting 35 of my penny oxalin. Oh, never mind. Actually, I have 149. You can have some penny oxalin. I'll let it slide. I thought it was still down to like 40 or 50 of it. I was like, you are not taking all mine. You know, the trees are still the HOA not letting you deal with it your way. It is what it is. I mean, to be fair, it was really not a big deal. Like, it cost more than I would have liked to pay, but it wasn't as bad as I worried. And, like, very genuinely, when they showed up, like, with a tree, that tree was gone in 20 minutes. Like, them unloading their equipment off the truck took more time than it took to remove the tree. They just went out with a chainsaw, just went bop, 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 bop. Had, like, it wasn't a bobcat, it wasn't that big, it was a little bit smaller with a little grab arm. They just went, you know, in like 5 minutes had the tree disassembled, grabbed all the chunks with that, and then they just had, if you played Farm Sim, you've got like the little stump grinder you can kind of tilt down and you can swing back and forth. Same idea, it just wasn't an attachment, it was just this, like, it was an even smaller thing, like it made a go-kart look big. It was like a little go-kart thing with like that on the front. They just kind of stuck it down and just went like this. And it was all done in like no time. It was really impressive how fast it went. But yeah. It was fine. Cost a bit over $1,000. But it's done. It's sorted. And a whole bunch of animals finally showed back up. So I can get back to hunting. But yeah, so again, thank you so much for the raid. I'm going to actually have to step away here for just a moment because I have got to use the restroom and I was getting ready to step away right when you raided. So I'm just going to have Server Lord run over here. And he's going to make this grizzly bear go away. And then what I'm probably going to do is take a quick, like, 2-minute break. And be back in just a minute. But again, thank you so much for that raid. Again, check out Yukifer. Has been doing a lot of fun content. Does similar stuff the way we have here. Has a really fun Minecraft server going on, all that good stuff. I need to get my hair cut as well. That's actually something that came up with me and Tomb the other week. We're like, what are we doing today? It's like, we could get a haircut. We both need it. We did other things, but yeah. Let's see. You also have to lurk. Speaking of trees, you have some loppers showing up very soon. Gotcha. Get them all treated up. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, and I am back. Alright, let's see, it's very cozy. The tour of the islands, yeah. Awesome. With your island houseboat and ecosystems. Yeah, it sounds familiar. Maybe I feel like you did a Next Fest and it was like you're trapped on just the one island or something like that, or either way. There's been a lot of games. I can't keep them straight anymore. Well, you have fun hanging out in your yard with the loppers. Okay, so for those who missed what we got going on, this started out as a glacial colony that we were tribal starting a glacier plain. Things were really rough. Cassandra's been weirdly not attacking us with straight up attacks, despite being on a difficulty that's normal for her to attack plenty. And instead has been playing like almost exclusively a logistics war of just trying to kill my food constantly. And so we've been just struggling with that. Are you up to 8 yet? Okay, and one more point. We can start making packaged meals, so we're not making that. But yeah, it's just been like cold snap, volcanic winter, toxic fallout, cold snap, burn the field, cold snap, you know, whatever. It's like, oh my god, just calm down. But we are recovering. At the end of yesterday's stream, we took pretty catastrophic losses. Out of our colony, I don't remember the exact number we had. It was somewhere in the ballpark of like 10 or so. We lost like 8 of them. We lost everyone but Mandible because they were a pacifist hiding on the ship, because what were they going to do in a fight anyways? And then we also didn't lose Nexio, because Nexio is a creepy joiner who had death refusal. They now have 1 less death refusal than they had before that event. We basically had them die during the fight, and then when the threat went away, pop back up, grab the best gun we had, and run back to the ship. And so right now we're kind of in recovery mode. Just doing what we can there. And trying to, like, replenish our food supply, replenish our medicine. So we've, like, planted entirely too many crops. It is what it is. Okay, where's the Timberwolf? So you're up there. Let's see, Phoebe once gave you 2 years of 0 growth, followed by 7 days of reduced growth, and then another year with no growth. Yeah, I can't remember if it was Randy one time. That I don't remember the exact details of how it went, but we had 5 years where I didn't get a single harvest because of stuff ruining the growing season. It wasn't even that limited of a tile. It wasn't a year-round or anything, but it was like a 40-60 grow time on a tile, but literally didn't get a single harvest of even rice in like 5 in-game years trying to deal with it. And so it was just riding that fence of being starving the entire time. Because a lot of things would chase away the animals as well, so like just really struggling to keep any food. And then after all that time, like everyone's got mild malnutrition and we're just starting to get the food up, and was like malaria. And it was something like 6 out of 9 colonists or whatever, like is the bulk of the colony. And with the starvation going on and malaria on both the growers and all that kind of stuff, like just couldn't keep people alive. How many days is an in-game year? 60. Because it's 15 days per season, 4 seasons per year. Alright. But one of the things we're running into is we are actively trying to convert everyone back to our ideology. Because we did pick up a whole bunch of random people, we've actually got a pretty bad mess of skills going on in our colony. Like we've got chemical fascination and depressive. You're actually fine. Jealous psychopath. Too smart. Couple of teetotalers with an annoying voice. So like a nudist. Our entire colony is just a bag of drama right now. That's going to be pretty hard to manage. But a big thing contributing to this problem is just the fact that, like, all these different ideologies, so many of them want, like, conquest and cannibalism and everything, which is not what we're doing. And so it is just one of those things of trying to keep everyone from melting down. Would you stop throwing dangerous animals at me? I'm taking the time to explode them every time I show up. Alright, so they've almost taken apart the entire ruins. And the reason we're doing that was to get construction up. Yeah, so our construction skill is up to 12 now, so we're pretty good. I shouldn't need anyone, like, just grinding construction anymore. But it's something to keep skills going up in the meantime. Let's actually go over here. What are you made out of? Granite? Yeah, I don't care about this anymore. You done good. Don't worry about it. What are you gonna work on after that? Okay. And how are you doing on your cooking? Alright, so you've hit the maximum for the day, I'm guessing. Oh no, it just takes... You only get a little bit at the end of each one. That's fine. Otherwise you could abuse it by starting and canceling again and again. But yeah, so I just need to keep converting again and again and again until we get everyone onto ideologies that aren't in a perpetual state of meltdown. Alright, and that'll be it for you, probably. Cool. That is another one converted over. So I still got 2 more people who are not part of the ideology to deal with. And how are you coming along towards aging up? You are... Okay, so you got 2 full seasons and some change before you're going to be at your next age up. And the next age up would basically make you the equivalent of an adult in the game, other than you wouldn't be at the, You'd have slightly reduced hit points just because... You get the ability to do everything like an adult at 13, but you don't get maximum hit points on all your limbs and all that till 18, if I'm not mistaken. So I could plant something else here for now. I'm going to switch it to Psychoid. Because I'll harvest that. We'll have plenty there. We've got the potatoes going. Then we'll get the cotton going. So pretty soon we're going to have that all maxed out. And meanwhile, you have Psychic Slaughter back up. Getting rid of all the dangerous animals. Alright. So part of the problem is they're both chemical starvation and depressive. Sooner or later we should start being able to get Psi-T in here. And once we can start getting Psi-T in here, then we'll be in good business to deal with that whole nonsense. Go to assignments, drug policy. Yeah, so the 1 per day. Any of those if you get them, which is real dangerous. Alright, so you got chemical fascination. 1 drink per day. I actually need to go to the 1 drink per day and go to, where are you at? Penioxylin once every 5 days. Because that, once we get Psi-T going, we'll be able to start managing that. They're almost certainly going to get addicted to everything, but that's just chemical fascination in the game. But that's the only way we're going to manage them with depressive and chemical fascination, is to keep that chemical fascination happy. We got Psi-T planted down there. Or not Psi-T, the Psychoid. Hey, Soulspire, how's it going? Yeah, so basically we just need this person, Hamptree, to hit 8 on their cooking, and then we'll get packaged meals. How's the colony going? It's going much better. Soulspire also playing some Mecha Chameleon. I was playing with Yukifer and all that, so definitely good times over there. Does a lot of fun stuff as well. But yeah, no, we had a really rough time towards the end of yesterday's stream. We lost all but 2 of our colonists, and we're rebounding, and it's coming along pretty well. But it is taking time, and we're just dealing with to get ourselves back on our feet. We had to take a lot of not great pawns, and so we are living with the consequences of that action. A lot of depressive chemical fascination and these kind of things. And I've got way more wood than I need. Our next contestant for converting flat screen television we got. Okay, so medicine's the next thing we'll be able to research. Oh wait, do we have the monolith on this map? Oh no, that could just sit in the corner. That's terrifyingly close to the edge. Yeah, and we also have Servalor just running around decimating the local wildlife population. And I'm just using that to try and get that combat skill as high as possible. Start trying to fill in the gap from taking the losses. Yeah, so you are pretty close to being able to pull that up, which would go a long way. We are working on knocking down the fish population. Yeah, so broadly speaking, we're in really good shape. So pretty much what we'll probably do is we'll just hang here, keep building up until we have a threat that's kind of outside our means available. And then we will move on. Which with that, what we could probably do... how does the monolith work with anomaly? Do you get a penalty if it's left behind or something? No, it'll reappear. When you go to a new location, it'll be like, you see a strange signal. And if you choose accept, it'll just appear on the map. There's a lot of stuff like that if you leave it behind, it'll be a whole thing. Alright, so what we can do in the meantime... So we have this one where we can go to send 4 colonists to tackle this. To start working on getting our tablet here, which is our first relic. So I can send 4 colonists to take that on. Okay. Ham's free, get on board. Nexio, get on board. A Luxray, get on board. And Serverlord, get on board. I'm gonna go over here. You can research, right? Someone in here can research? Yeah, Nexio can research. Alright, so we're gonna go try and get the first clues to where our artifact is. And I believe it's you get 3 clues, and after you get your 3 clues, you can go claim the artifact with, you know, potentially a fight. So I'll try and get that going while we're waiting on stuff to grow and whatever. I should have actually checked. Did I leave people behind who can actually work the crops? Yeah, Canahawk's still here, and Canahawk does crops. That's what I thought. Alright. So there's the defensive position. And I don't remember what it said about this location. It's fully polluted, so we gotta go fast. Okay, that'll explode when we go to activate it. I didn't actually want to be in here when that happened. Who can do construction? Luxray can. What we're going to do is walk over here, deconstruct. And then Luxray is going to walk over to this wall and disassemble it. And we're doing it that way, this counts as outdoors. So no one gets burnt alive trying to deal with that. Interesting that that room is still staying, like, super cold. Okay. That can cause a raid to show up, but let's go here. So you pop open that. Who is our researcher? We got you. Hack it, hack it. You go ahead and pick up the Luciferum. You pick up the advanced components. I mean, it's not dangerous to make it explode, but is there even a way to prevent it? Not really for this one. It just basically, you take the time to, You just take the time to open it up to prevent it from superheating the air. Okay, you're the better one at it. It's gonna burn those tables, and then we'll grab what's there. Okay, they're attacking immediately. One dude with a knife. I don't care. Get on the ship. We already grabbed everything worthwhile here. We're just gonna leave. Because keep in mind, we're on a tile that's 100% toxic. So I get nothing for fighting that. And a lot of stuff. You didn't hack the console? Yes, I did. It was 2 out of 2. It specifically said in the top left. It basically triggered the raid right as I finished it, because I finished it. But you see right here, quest completed. You have completed the quest of the secret construction excavation. So we did get the 2 out of 2. Oh, if you mean the supply console, yeah, the supply console isn't super amazing. Sometimes you get some okay stuff, but I wasn't too fussed. Often the supply console will trigger a raid as well. So tortured artist and all that kind of stuff. No conquest recently for Server Lord. Because yeah, with the mood stuff, I wanted to try and get off that tile as fast as possible. Insane ramblings. That's just your entire existence. That was a short break. That's fine. And you're upset as well because of your ideology, wanting executions and all that. We're getting there. We only got 2 more to convert. Oh, you can doctor now, so yeah, you go ahead and help out. Honestly, with people having a passion for it now, let's try and leave it on the actual people with a passion. So AFK for pizza and Server Lord should carry around medicine. And a mandible. Okay, so once you stop having a mood break, we can go ahead and with that. Everyone's just insane ramblings. Oh, right. We don't have you in the home zone. Wake up. Deal with fire. I remember I used to always grab a mod that would make it a separate, this is the cleaning area, and then this is your home zone for, like, repairing stuff. Because they are combined, and you're like, I don't need my people running around sweeping my fields. It's okay if my field is dirty. It's dirt. The dirt can stay on the dirt, it's fine. I haven't used that mod in a very long time, though. There we go. Finally starting to get a little bit of the cotton up. Which finally means new clothes. Okay, Server Lord's still on a mood break. Okay, can we do a conversion ritual yet? Alright. So we'll try and do a conversion ritual on Canahawk. We do have about a 72% chance of a good result. So that's a pretty good chance of getting it all knocked out. Yeah, and they're almost maxed out, so even if we fail, it doesn't change a whole lot. Masterful. Instantly converted. Heck yeah. That means Server Lord's the only one left to convert. And then all of the initial ideology-related drama can finally end. It won't solve the drama between, like, chemical fascination, depressive, and all these other things. But at least the drama from, like, no conquest and no cannibalism and no all this will go away. Alright, let's run over to the dangerous cougar down here and explode it. All sorted. What are holding platforms? Those are for anomaly. When you get the scary things that go bump in the night, you have to put them on a holding platform. And that lets you research them or remove bioferrite from them. Mechanoid cluster. So we gotta... Haha. So we probably need to leave soon once this goes live, because the psychic droner there is gonna just drive people batty. I have 5 days until that goes into effect, though. So we can go ahead and hold out till then. As far as going on, we can shut down these as smoke grenades. The Tesseron and the Cyclops are a little dangerous. Honestly, this wouldn't be that bad of a fight. If we ran up here, dropped some smoke grenades, then aggroed them, we'd probably do some pretty good. The other thing is I could run up here to this side and just pepper them as they came around, but that has the risk of either that one or the Tesseron getting you on fire, and then someone walks out and just gets instantly ripped apart by all this. Actually, wait a second. Oh no, it was the other ruin that had all the explosive charges. I was about to say, it's like, wait, wasn't there a bunch of mining charges? I was thinking I could walk up, put a bunch of mining charges here, and then just shoot the mining charges. Blast the entire place. But that was the last map we were on. Yeah, you'll carry cloth if you get there. Server Lord already has a catharsis. Another break for another catharsis. Yeah, this is an unstable power core. I'd be willing to take more chances with it, but I just don't really care. Yeah, those two are no problem. That one back there. We're bringing up the queue when we get pawns to potentially join, so we're not just leaving it up the whole stream like we used to. Did I make this the wrong color? Blight on the plants. Those are actually some of the plants I wanted the most. So we get to, like, all run down there because I've made that priority 1. We just lost the entire batch of Psychoi that I've been desperately trying to make happen because they've got a Chemical Fascination pawn who's just losing his mind. Okay, so work. There you go. Yeah, because that psychic drone's going to drive people up the wall. Because I planted more. I don't think that's going to happen. It's pastel orange. It's also pastel orange. Oh no, it's all pastel orange. I guess it's just the light in here is messing with it. That's what's going on, because I got the blue lights in here. The blue lights are making it look kind of yellow. That's fair. So, what I might be able to do to bait this out is I might be able to have, like, the sniper rifle tag that, and we stand back over here. This junk starts coming around. We shred it from, as it comes around there, from over here. And then once that's done, we can kind of, you know, push in with the smoke grenades. It might be just worth staying here and dealing with that. So they're not vulnerable to fire, so this isn't going to help any. So you'll be on sniper rifle duty. Because yeah, if I'm over here, I should be out of range. Yeah, I can literally just shoot from out of range here. They don't have any lancers. The most dangerous one they've got is a Tesseron there. Which I feel pretty good that I can get hands-free on the Tesseron. And then, most likely, all the assault rifles can take care of the rest. If we're lucky, I can just straight up tag one of those. Let's just wait for the foggy rain to pass. Because, like, that one, accuracy isn't too big a deal. That one, accuracy isn't too big a deal. That one, accuracy would help, but if that gets its gun fully going, we're in trouble. That one, accuracy matters, but accuracy is probably more important for me than them in this particular battle. Look, man, I'm trying to get your situation sorted. I just don't have anything for you right now. Password cloth face mask, that's fine. Slowly getting the tattered apparel all replaced. Okay, that's gonna take a while to chip away at. There's also the Curiosity. I don't remember. So the ranges on those, like your range is really short. Your range is pretty short. You've got a medium range. The Tesseron, I want to say, has a pretty long range, but we should outrange it by quite a bit. Like I wanna say it's got a similar range to our assault rifle, if I remember correctly. So the assault rifle is 31 range, and the Tesseron is 30. Where are you at? Where's your range? $25. Alright, so I actually do have a range advantage on that thing across the board. And yours is 22. Yeah, so both of them are in the 20s. So if we step, fire, and then back, we should be able to manage it. The big problem with the Tesseron is it shoots instantly. The Cyclops has a pretty long windup. So I do think it's a matter of aggro them, and then we just keep, like, we opened up this whole space, just keep backing up and fire, back up and fire, like kind of rolling retreat. We should be able to just shred them all in the way, because I think we're faster than them. I don't feel like actually taking the time to verify that, because it wouldn't be hard to do that. So you go live in another day, 0.4. And the goal here is to try and have this dealt with before then. We're just waiting on this foggy rain. Because that doesn't care about accuracy, and that's my biggest concern. Now granted, the foggy rain will put out the fire, which is a plus. But the accuracy penalty is just going to make it way too long to start shredding them. That's why I start rescuing the Scyther getting on top of me. Catfish escaped. Okay. You think the foggy rain's calming down? Never mind. The whole reason I wanted to stay was to try and get more of a harvest, but we just got toxic fallout. So it doesn't matter. My harvest is gone. Like, we're fine on food. I've got food for days. I was trying to get the psychoid so that our person who's got the chemical fascination isn't going to be melting down every 4th day. But we got this one, I got a second batch going up here, and then they blighted the first one. Wait, what is that? Is that just letting you know your fishing time was useless? Yeah, basically I just got a fishing rotation that just didn't do anything. Alright, so go grab your Hellcat. We're leaving. The reason I was going to stay is just kinda been defeated. So get on the ship. We're leaving. Alright, so quest, tribal terminal, accept. Yeah, it's this is just brick. A little bit of spare meat. There's a little components, a little bit of herbal medicine here. I have nowhere to put it. The ship's storage here is full. And this is almost full. So this is mostly junk, and that's just a bunch of corpses. We're good. We got the important stuff. Apparently that's broken. That's fine. Alright. Let's get out of this place. Honestly, we did pretty well here. We didn't get everything we wanted out of the place, but we did get most of what we wanted. So we're gonna go ahead and launch. Which one is the terminal, though? That's the infested settlement. Okay, so it is down right from me. Okay, so I can't reach it in one jump. So we do want to try and go down to some of these to be able to increase our ship size. I also suspect trying to go to the peace talks by landing my ship on them will cause it to be considered a attack. I'm gonna need the bigger engines to be able to jump directly onto the hostile ships. So this is all inside the pollution. So that's not gonna fly. Do we have anything exciting on these tiles we care about? Ancient launch site. Lake. Increased fishing. So we got pollution down there. We got one tile of not pollution in the middle of that sea of pollution. So we're gonna jump down there. We might be able to reach this, and then we can go here to expand our ship. I don't see anything else I care about nearby. Because one thing we're going to need to do is we are going to need... I'm getting penalty from relations because of the pollution. Oh man, that's max pollution as well. Alright, so we might have to have a change in plan. We are now going to be trying to set up our ship to be an invading force. Because we have got a problem to deal with this pollution nonsense. Yeah, so you know the Odyssey movie coming out? Apparently there's a promotional popcorn bucket. It's a Trojan horse. You know what? Fair enough. Alright, let's go to Steam. You guys are on the far right. That one's okay-ish. That's a pretty usable one. Yeah, so that's the one we're going to use. Let's move up here. So, one of the issues is, if I want to be able to jump farther, I will need to be able to get Vaxstone going. So, first up, get you built, schedule, everyone's allowed off the ship, do that. Power conduit, slam that joker in. Oh, don't mean to do that one. Production, or zones. Dumping zone. Low. I'll just remake it. Dumping zone. Low and no human-like corpses. Regular zone. Low. And you will be psychoid. You'll be cotton. You'll be Devil Strand. You'll be medicine. And potatoes. Alright. Now worry about that first, and then we can go to the R1s. Because that's the stuff we didn't get done We'll want more food and all that. We'll want to hunt stuff. We got a lot of dangerous animals on this map, so let's go ahead and start dealing with them. I kind of wish I could queue up the psychic ability, and they would just run into range and use it. There you go. Okay. So we're gonna work on getting all this stuff sorted out. That's fine. You are probably getting... Yeah, you're getting relatively close to aging up. You got a while longer. You're probably not going to age up particularly well, unfortunately. But if we're lucky, you've already got Brawler. If we're lucky, you get something like Nimble or Tough. Jogger would also be acceptable. Could you finish? There you go. Because they had the batteries as our buffer and they were starting to drain. This won't matter much, I'll put a little fishing spot there. Alright, so we're getting stuff planted and all that. But the challenge is gonna be we need to push into these waster areas to start clearing the pollution off, because we're using a mod that basically they're slowly destroying the world. The issue is I can't quite jump far enough to get all the way in there in one go. So it's going to be the issue of, like, we land there, it'll make the pollution appear inside the ship, and everyone is going to need to bag it up as fast as possible so we don't start succumbing to the pollution while we wait for the ship to regen. And then jump in after the wasters to take them out, while we're also being subjected to the pollution. Just trying to see... We make the gas mask. What percentage protection does a gas mask give me? I'm trying to remember. 80%. So our regular masks are 50%. That's 80. That's fine. Was there anything else here we wanted to make? Probably not right now. Distress signal, not too worried about it. Can you bypass the pollution? Well, I'll still have to deal with it, but that is a fair point. That to approach the pollution, instead of just going from here, jumping to say around here, and then jumping to there, I could always see there's not one here, but if there was an asteroid or something up here, I could jump up to the asteroid and jump back down. It doesn't appear like that's going to be an option, though, unfortunately. Normal stuff does move. This is true. Which does create the thing of trying to line it up where, we get to it and have it go into range to drop down. Alright. So let's see if we can't get this Psi-T done. Don't beat up our pacifist, that's just rude. So let's see if we can get this Psi-T going, because if I can get this Psi-T up and running, that will allow me to use that to help manage our moods for, like, having people who are depressive and chemical fascination and all that. Oh, and let's also check for anything good here. Ore. There's gold ore. Got cargo pods. That's fine. Compact. No plasteel. You kind of love how people on a starship just have a fire on the floor for heating and light. Well, at this point, our heating is actual heaters. We're using this to burn apparel, and then, you know, the ritual things do benefit from having a fire. Yeah, we're slowly knocking down their confidence in their ideology. Get that last person in the fold. Meanwhile, let's check. How are you doing on your cooking? Still 7? No, you're at 8. Good. So we can now go here and say, pemmican, don't do pemmican anymore. Because you have what we need to be able to do packaged meals. Alright, the grizzly bear's nearby. And now it's not. If you have a lot of campfires in orbit, you need more oxygen generators. Pemmican sucks, your parents used to take it camping. Yeah, no, we had that conversation a long time back that people were like, oh yeah, like pemmican's not nearly as bad as people say. It's like, well, that's because you're getting like the glamping survival pemmican. You're not getting the stuff designed for the purpose of staying good as long as possible. You're getting like the really, really nice stuff. You know, versus, hey man, you're just trying to eat and stay alive. Beef tallow berries is less appealing, I bet? No idea. Alright, so we're getting our fields all planted. Just meant as ingredients for pemmican? Yeah, no, I mean, they make fancy pemmican now, but it's one of those things they're like, yes, but for people who ate pemmican, you know, like historically for survival purposes, that's not what they were making. Like, you know, fundamentally as a concept it's the same, but like you're using higher quality ingredients, you're using ingredients for just for taste note stuff. But MREs are also super good for like the first 4 straight months after that. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. There's an entire industry around, you know, the survivalist people and all that. And quite often they will sell products that, you know, spiritually are the thing that they're labeled as such. You know, again, like the pemmican being the example. But, like, again, they're the designer, fancy, modern version that is not really what you would be making out there in the wilderness if you were doing it yourself or historically. Like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, going camping, but, you know, you roll out there in your RV. Which, for the record, I'm the one who's going to probably do that. I've done camping in tents, like, growing up. That was the thing we did a lot. I will absolutely glamp. I'll glamp with the best of them. But, you know, there's people who, like I said, they'll kind of They'll kind of be like, oh yeah, we go camping all the time. Yeah, hard survival, by the way, and that's what they're doing. Which, again, no judgment about doing that stuff. I'm gonna do it too. But, you know, the people, like, make a big thing about, like, how, you know, how survivalist or whatever. Like, nah, man, you're not survivalist. Get out of here. It's fine. By all means, enjoy glamping. Like I said, that's the way I'm gonna go. Okay, so that's just a ruin. Go haul the pemmican, or go haul this junk in. Do the boosts give you a boost? Books give you a boost in research? Yes. So the books that have like the white covers on them, that you see here, these ones, it literally lets me research that research at 40 units of that research per hour while giving me recreation. It also gives me a bonus that when you have books in your room, you see how it says reading bonus in room? It's going between like 6% and 5.6%. It actually boosts the speed of which research is done. Let's see if it's listed here. Yeah, so it says reading bonus 106%, so we're actually getting an extra 6% speed onto our research in that same room because of how many books we have. You fished up excellent quality leather pants. What? And you're not on like a timer, I think. Yeah, so we can go there every time we want. So we want to hop down here and do that. Someone was tanning them and then got carried away in the current, I guess. But see, when you're in the Marines, you would do a field thing for about a week every month. You're in North Oregon, so it rained every single time. There's a torrential downpour at like 40 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, I hate everything outside with a passion. Yeah, no, I feel like that was not obviously to that extreme and not that cold because where I'm at. But that was kind of a thing, is on my mom's side, like my grandfather and my uncles were all like very big into hunting and doing all that kind of stuff, and they'd drag us along with them to go fishing and hunting and whatever. And it could be fun at times, but it's very much like when they weren't dragging us along anymore, it's like, do you want to do that? No. No, I got constantly drug around outside in the like miserable weather and all that. You know, it's just too freaking hot to just sit around and wait for things to happen. Nah, man, I'm fine. Alright, so you finally are getting your Psi T. And again, no judgment for anyone who goes, like, there's people who are into hunting, that's fine. But, like, as a kid, it's almost the fact that you really weren't getting a choice of it kind of made it so it wouldn't be fun. If they had kind of been more like, hey, do you want to go like these kind of things, there's a good chance he probably would have. But, like, being non-optional kind of made us like, well, this is something done to us, not with us. You can actually ruin the fun of a lot of things by making it a whole setup. Like, there are a number of people who, they go and they want their kids to like certain show or certain movie or certain game, and so they like drag them out to do that regardless of what they wanted to do. And quite often that can be a thing that guarantees they're not going to like the thing. There's something about the dangerous animals just running up and having to go a little cute pop sound. You're just like, well, that's a thing. Let's see, your dad had a full set of camping gear, but whenever he brought me, and he really wanted to really rough it in order to teach me or some crap, so he wouldn't bring anything, and we'd eat leftover cold spaghetti. You always hated it. Yeah, no, I can imagine. I didn't have anything quite that bad. Because it was, again, like my grandfather and my uncles. I never asked my dad, but in the hindsight, the fact that he never went with us, he just wasn't interested in the camping thing at all. Like, when we were growing up, he got us into Cub Scouts, and he did go camping with us a couple times to like that, and that wasn't a tent. But, you know, with actual functioning bathrooms on the campground and functioning showers and whatever. But yeah, so he was definitely a lot less, like, wilderness-oriented. But he also didn't hunt or anything like that. It was just something that didn't interest him. Alright. Keep working at it. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that when you run into it, you're kind of like, you know, they want you to be a manly man. And you're like, but no, this sucks. Like, let's be honest, between me and you, this sucks. This isn't fun. I don't need to be manly. This isn't a good time. I don't want to continue doing this. What's the point of being able to brag if I'm miserable the whole time? But you know what I'd rather do? Basically anything else. And that's not even against being, like, outdoors or anything. But, you know, young me would have been like, you know, I never got into, like, skateboarding, but, like, rollerblading, all that. I was like, if I'm gonna be stuck outdoor, I'd rather be doing an activity I actually enjoy. Because when you're a kid, your family, or, like, bike riding, when you're a kid, your family always went camping for about a week in the summer. We'd go to the campground on the Columbia and Eastern Washington, and you basically got to spend a week being your mom's migrant worker. We did pick vegetables, and we would take hundreds of pounds more food home with us than when we left. And then mom would spend the second week of her vacation time canning and dehydrating it all. Gotcha. We, like, I enjoyed summer camp growing up. But, like, that was, you know, you actually had, like, a cabin you went to. You were hanging out with a bunch of other kids, and yeah, you're going out and doing, like, wilderness stuff and crafts and whatever. So, like, there's the whole outdoorsy part of that. But, like, the focus there wasn't learning to, like, hunt or fish or whatever, as, you know, going swimming in the lake. They would go and take us as, like, the big finale of the camp thing was going on what was called the mud hike, which is going into mud pits. Half the people would lose at least a shoe because you'd put your foot down, sink in like 5 feet, and you'd come back up and your shoe wasn't on your foot anymore, and you weren't getting it back. You were not finding that shoe down there. It was gone. But it was fun, and it was one of those things that's like, bring a pair of clothes you never want to see again, because by the time they're done with the mud pit, just put them in the garbage. That outfit, it's done. So find like your shredded up shorts that really should be thrown away, and your shirt that's got a bunch of holes in the collar. That's what you need to be doing there. Let's see, slept in sleeping bags in the bed of a pickup truck with a tarp draped over it. Went to bed at sundown, got up at sunrise. Like, how miserable can we make this? Oh yeah. Hey, that's actually the first food poisoning we've gotten this whole time. Considering that person started, I think they were at 1 or 2 cooking, and we've only had like 1 or 2 rounds of food poisoning all the way up to like 8 or 9 food poisoning. Honestly, that's pretty good. Usually leveling up foods, you're kind of getting ready for that ride of just round after round after round of food poisoning going on. Stop taking my penny oxalin. Get out of here. You want more than half of my remaining penny-oxalin. You're not getting it. If you ask for like regular old medicine or food or cash, I'm down, but the penny-oxalin is the only thing I can't source easily myself. So your mom and dad used to go on this privately owned island just off Georgia, a coast called Cumberland Island. There were people who lived on the island, but you were poor plebs and never got close to the main house. But you're always just in that unwashed mass as a campsite on the island. My man was beautiful. Younger Kennedys got married there. Gotcha. Yeah, no, for us, most of the camping we did growing up was in Michigan. I couldn't tell you where it was. We went there while I was in the Scouts. Alright, so what do we got? Up here, bolt action. So you got mostly medium range to a little bit short into bolt action. Yeah, so they've got a incinerator. They've actually got a pretty well-rounded setup. Unfortunately. We also don't have much of any kind of meaningful cover. The best I got is some debris over here. Actually, best I got is probably this spot. They'll probably run up there to the defensive position. They are attacking immediately, so there's no prep time. And I'm sure that the engine's still warming. I mean, technically I could actually leave right now. Question is, do I want to? I gotta make that decision. I gotta make it now. Alright, so we got 5 people who can shoot guns, which is gonna be like 90% of this fight. I don't think anyone's closing into melee here. That incinerator does intimidate me, but if we focus fire, we could probably take it down before it could do too much of a threat. Let's see what the bolt action's got going on for him. You are a reasonable shot, but you're a genie, so you can go down super fast. You're an okay shot. Mostly baseliners and 1 genie. And a Neanderthal. Probably should not stay and fight this. And you don't have a shield belt yet. Okay, so rest of you stay inside. We're doing this. Okay, and luckily we do have distraction up here. They're not gonna survive, but it might be enough to slow it down. Oh, we have 2 people with food poisoning. Well, luckily, yes, we got people with food poisoning, which is not gonna help our cause. Okay, if they're coming from this angle, you need to move here and here. Instantly killed. I was expecting them to fight. And they didn't fight. And so now we're outflanked. Warg revenge. Alright, well, at least the warg's on my side. And I forgot we had 2 people with food poisoning. So we have once again just misplayed horrifically. To be fair, even as like I probably should run. That food poisoning has done us in so bad too. And you're just constantly like I'm on fire and not able to do anything. Well. Oh, you also have food poisoning, so you're going nowhere. Yeah, when I saw what they're bringing to the table, I should have just left. The big thing I counted on was them to fight. I did not verify that they were actually enemies. So we just got flanked out. The fire was bad enough. So between the food poisoning and not remembering that I had food poisoning and just not having people arrive at all when I needed them there, getting unlucky and getting domed on the opening hit on one of my 5 ranged people, like, just utterly did it. Yeah, but this time it's 2, with a kid that can't even do some of the stuff. I do think this is the one where we're gonna kind of, you know, throw in the towel on this one. Because very genuinely, I really don't feel like rebuilding up from scratch again with all the wealth here. So we're gonna go right here. And we are going to go ahead and have one last violence before it all goes down. This is our character's mental break. Is they're just screaming YOLO and they're attacking the wrong faction. I need to go after that one, but that's fine. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. We just went through this. So, like, I just rebuilt everything up. We go and park right here. Okay. Any doors you cross through, hold them open. Oh yeah, you still have food poisoning. Go. Alright, follow up. Are you an impid? Oh, so you are an impid. Take as many as you can. Well, that was 0. No, game. Stop it. No. Banished. Go away. We don't want you. Stop trying to make me get around with just 1 pawn left. Alright. Okay. Oh, you're not even down from bleeding. You got dead? Yeah, no, we had a pretty big raid, and I had made 2 major mistakes. One is I forgot how many of our people had food poisoning because we had our first instance of food poisoning and all that stuff. And then the second thing I ran into was, oh, there was a lot of them here. Oh, this is like Okay, this is actually a pretty heavy base. But yeah, so I forgot how many people had food poisoning, so I started moving out to the defensive position because of the attack immediately. And then when that happened, like, we didn't have our people in position, got unlucky, and one of my people got one-tapped on the opening volley. Just got brained, I assume. And then the third thing is there had been another faction on the tile. It was only like 3 people, so they weren't going to stop the force attacking me from the other side, but I figured they're going to at least tie them up for a minute. But they were neutral towards each other, or friends, I don't know. They weren't hostiles, the important thing. So it did end up being a thing. According to this, we won. We have defeated them because they ran into our ship and started exploding everything, ultimately killing all of themselves. Like, how did you die? Oh, you actually, AFK for Pizza actually did do enough damage to you to make you go down. But yeah, so they ran in here to attack my ship and then just killed themselves on my ship. You can actually see a bunch of the bodies. Yeah, like, there is 7 of their corpses inside my ship. All right. That's... I mean, to be fair, it's 2,000 something degrees inside that ship in a lot of the places. Because it was full of a lot of chem fuel. Oh, right, you're a wimp. So you went down for just like 1 or 2 hits. You'd be fine. You'd be absolutely fine if you managed to get back up. Sometimes you just have to self-destruct to blow up all the Klingons. Yeah, it's... Honestly... So, like, both of them would have the potential... Like, AFK for Pizza, surprisingly, only got bruised, so would be able to get back up here. We're not recovering, because I did just let the entire ship get destroyed, and we're in the pollution. Alright, so regardless, that run's done. So now we gotta decide what we're going to be doing for the rest of the stream. Because the question is, do I jump in and go again? And if so, what are we even doing in it? Or is there something else I want to hop into play? So, for those over on the YouTube side, I'm going to bring the stream down, because whether I'm doing more RimWorld or something else, you know, I want to have the split in the VOD or whatever. So we're going to go ahead and knock that down for just a minute, so, you know, apologies to all of you over there. But, hey, Treacle. But we'll bring this back up here in just a minute on the YouTube side once I figure out what that's gonna be. Alright. So, new run, yes? Yeah, it's so to be clear, I've done like 4 or 5 back-to-back runs.